Oh, hot damn! The dog is alive! Aroo! Woof! Woof!
You're damn right I'm alive, Josh. How do we co-stream? I want to combine our chats. I can tell you just tried to join because Windows Firewall just popped up and asked. All right, let me get your audio going through here.
Firefox, try and figure out how to co-stream.
Okay, I got you hearable in my stream, I think.
Okie dokie. Dude, where is a fire near me? I'm like all the way on the other side of town.
I don't know.
It's so funny when it rains.
The captions told Parliament that he reported 3. I reported 3.
Okay, let me just go indoors. Okay, God, I hate opening Firefox while I stream because it makes me lag.
I can hear it, yeah.
Yeah, I can hear it. It's really important. I don't know how to co-stream.
Yeah, I want my little icon to appear below yours, you see. And I'm not gonna stop until it does.
I just don't know how to stream together. Okay, you gotta go to your dashboard.
Yeah?
I really hate that computer fucking does this. Like, why? Okay.
Dashboard. Oh, I see it.
Start streaming together.
Yeah.
Closing that fucking wheel. If I had to have fucking Firefox window open, I'm
Recommended collaborator. Yeah, I want to collaborate with you.
I just want to share a chat. I don't want to be a
Yeah, I don't want to call.
call.
Wait. Wait.
Do I have to keep the window open?
It snowed last night. You know what that
If I
means?
do, I don't know if I can do
Dick
this.
in the
Yeah,
snow.
that's fine.
Haha. I guess you could say I'm quite a sick and twisted individual.
Are we sharing a chat yet?
Let me see. You're already using stream together. Stay in current session. Okay. Cool. So we are.
You gotta enable your chat.
Yay.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Do I have to stay in this window?
I'm gonna close it right now. I'm gonna close it now. I'm gonna close it now. I'm gonna close that browser call now.
Oh yeah, no, it's
Yeah, it works.
Wait,
what? I still see a little icon on my end. Huh?
It's that you're not in here.
Okay, because okay. So do I click this again?
Okay, we can't share a chat because it makes my computer lag.
Okay. I see. Okay.
Because I can't have Firefox.
Well, you'll just have to take my word
avatars.
for it, chat. I'm playing with Sam.
I mean, do you not have a Fuji? Do you not just get the Fujis? Just go to the Reactive Fuji website.
I mean, I have them.
And then it'll have, is it on?
It's just
like the
screen? That sweet Twitch algorithm. It likes it when you collab.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
But I can't have Firefox open and stream avatars and VTube Studio and.
Whiner,
Alright, dude, chill.
Whiner,
Chill, dude.
whiner, whiner, whiner,
Get in here.
whiner, 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 whiner. And I don't mean the hot dog.
Oh, I have to set my shit. Fucking OBS. Hobo. Hobo. Where is Everinyan? Oh god, you're so large.
Didn't win that scratch off.
Okay, I'm here.
Hi, dude. Were we helping someone like make meth? The last time we were playing this, I have I have a drug on me called Kraken 2.0.
Yeah, that's the super meth.
You got an ad in the
I
middle
can
of your
make meth and
TTS?
meth deluxe. What?
Meth deluxe.
Whiner, 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 whiner.
I was talking to my chat.
Whiner, 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 whiner.
Sorry.
And I don't mean the hot dog.
Yeah, Kraken 2.0. Some hella
Yeah, that's
droop.
the super meth, I think. I
I
have
would
to turn down Hobo.
I think so.
It's so loud.
Well, if you're sad, you can look at porno.
Okay. I have to figure out what I was doing when we last played. I have to figure out what I was fucking doing.
Wiener, 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 wiener,
Okay, I have a good charisma fit. I have a bunch of backpacks. I am armed. I have dog food. Doing
I gotta
a
go
bunch
back
of
to
Snickers and
crazy.
bread. Oh, I have a cat in my pocket. Why do I have a dead cat in my pocket?
Wait, why do you have a dead cat in your pocket?
Why do I have a dead cat?
Sam?
And Kraken 2.0. Why do I have Kraken 2.0?
Why do you also have the crazy uber goober crack?
Wait, I wonder. We don't even have that many votes, or I don't. You probably have a lot.
I have
of
one
votes.
vote.
Oh, I have 4.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Yeah. That's
Dog
cool.
food. Dog
That's crazy.
food.
It's so hard to be Hobo King.
Yummy. Yum. Yummy.
Okay.
Where am I supposed to go? Guess up here.
What am I doing? What am I doing in this game?
I was killing alcoholics last time I was playing. Apparently, I was poisoning their alcohol. Which, by the way, don't fucking do that,
Fun.
assholes. Martin Shkolik, I got some new information for you. The last case is a homeless guy stabbed to death on the highway overpass. Thanks for the lunch, boss.
How much money do I have? I only have 52 crown. Hey, I need to beg for money.
Oh, dude, I gotta give this guy news, and he's giving me hella cash and stuff.
What are my quests? I need to know.
Oh, the captions are really bad. Yeah, I switched to, I don't know what. I think it's like Microsoft captions, and I haven't set up the good captions yet, Josh, so, like, yeah, they're real bad. Not very accessible. Haven't had time to fix it. Leads, excellent. Oh, yeah, there's a conspiracy. The attackers drove away from one of the attacks in a car. You don't see that every day. Someone called Fricks took a picture of them. If the car's license plate could be visible in that photo, that would be amazing. And the other lead? Mr. Mrazek. He was a regular at the charity, and he hasn't been there for quite some time. Something happened to him. It'd be good to know what.
Okay. Right, I'm helping with, like, a meth, like, turf takeover?
Yeah.
Lenny, yo-ho!
I'm actually going to turn off the some amount of space to do something.
Say no, it's a rooster.
So
I was
nobody
rammed
can
her
shit and piss today. Even though I'm gonna be shitting and pissing.
I had to
can shit
mute.
and piss anywhere.
I had to mute my TTS. What were you saying?
What's today?
I don't remember. I was just turning off stream avatar.
Okay. My bowels are restless. Yeah, we do need to shit. Wait, can't we just poop into toilet paper?
No, you have to shit, like, in the shit spots.
Yeah. Hold on, where's a good... This game's dark. It's okay, Josh. Just, Ah!
Hold on. Let me set up Stream Deck real quick. Where's the fucking... Okay. Mute toggle for Discord, right?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. They're trying to rob me. I'm trying to take a shit. What's going on?
I'm gonna, like, cry.
What's wrong, man?
I'm not really. Fucking, like, Stream Deck just loves to disconnect itself from Discord.
Yeah?
And then I have to, like, reconnect it all the time. It's really bad.
Okay. What do you need to do to fix this right now?
I have to, like... I don't even know. I don't think I can do it. Which is very frustrating, but whatever. I just want to be able to, like, mute myself. Or, like, mute Discord in the stream when I have to.
Yeah.
But it's really hard.
Maybe toggle
I'd have
deafen
to,
in
like, set up
Discord?
a bunch of... Hold on.
Or you want to still be able to hear me, but also it not go through the stream.
Yeah, I have to have, like, a set of, like, 3 toggles
Right.
for, like, being gonna call somebody on stream, and I don't have them working right now because Stream Deck sucks. It's a great little device, but it fucking blows.
Okay. Do you want to keep going?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why do I have no energy? Oh, I need to sleep.
I'm on a rum diet. I've already lost 3 days. Hey, good one. Okay, fuck off now. All right. See that, chat? You can get rid of robbers by just telling them a funny joke. Oh, sweet, I can
Where are the
shit.
beds in here? Alright. My guy is taking a nap.
My guy's taking a shit.
He's gonna be so well rested.
Alright, let me turn up the... Let me turn on my TTS again and then turn it down for myself. So that you are prioritized over Adam going like, wiener, 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 wiener in my head. In my ears. You're frustratedly describing to me cute computer problems, and I can't determine whether or not I can help or not, and all I'm hearing is like, wiener! I took a shit!
I'm mostly just talking to myself out loud. More than anything else. I think I'm just going to set the toggle in Discord itself.
I gotta turn this game up, dude.
But I don't know what toggles I have, like, for other things that I'm like, I can't come up with this many hotkey combinations.
Gotta do it, and gotta do it on the fly. OTF, that's on the fly. Or the French. Okay, I'm just gonna turn down my OBS. No. Okay. Well, I took a shit. Yeah?
Okay, now I have to open Stream Deck and set a hotkey button.
A hockey button. She pressed my hockey button. She was my little puck. My puck. You've succeeded. All the noisy guzzlers will now be drinking the poisoned alcohol. Return to crazy. What a sentence. Sentences.
No.
What's up, Crystal? Start a fight. Sucker punch. My God.
Okay. Now I can open OBS. There we go. Take all this shit. Is my mic still like crazy? Is it fine?
It's fine.
Okay. I have 30 car stereos in my pocket.
How?
I don't know.
I mean, like, I know you just mean the little head unit, but still, your 30 pocket? Damn. Damn.
In my pocket, yeah.
I gotta find
wild.
Crazy. I know where he is. Dude, this game's dark. Fuck.
Yeah, I have the brightness like turned up a lot.
Yeah, it has a brightness slider.
It's
It's
like pretty bad
Monty.
how hard it is.
That's crazy. I've given the guzzlers the poison drinks. Perfect. The poison is slow acting. No one will ever doubt that those dickheads just drank themselves to death. You've done good. Now we just have to wait. I have a weird feeling about this. I think we went too far. Not at all. We
Did
did
you
try
have
the
the
easy
guzzlers?
way. Yeah, I'm killing them. Yep, Crazy. We did it. Indeed, we did. Even though, well, what's done is done. Well, it's slow poison. Oh, I got an achievement. The cleaner. Make sure there's peace around the train station for good. Yeah, if you're trying to
That's
avoid
so
some
fun.
Hobo Tough Life spoilers, we're on season 2 in the game, I mean.
Yeah,
So-
we're like deep in this shit.
Mm-hmm. Alright, that quest is done. Also, this dude's drinking the whole time.
Where? There's a man I need to go see about something, and I don't remember what I was doing just now. Right now. Oh, I have to sell car stereos. Anatoly!
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 Josh, do you hate me now? Are you gonna kill me now? Do I deserve it? Probably.
I'm sticking you in the emulsifier as we speak. How's it hanging, Anatoly? I have some car stereos. Do you want more? No?
He's still just looking at you.
Bruh, Anatoly.
He's like, dude, stop selling me car stereos. This is so sketchy.
He's like, why do you have 30? I'm like, I don't even know. I don't even think there's really 30 cars in this city. With how often people walk and take the bus. Like, how do I have 30? 30 car stereos. A broken vacuum cleaner. Okay, let's see what I have in my pockets. Alright, we have like 2 whole outfits.
So much,
an
man.
umbrella. 200 bread rolls. 3 cups of coffee. 22 strained drinks. 84 energy drinks. 16 big mason jars of kombucha. Some super meth.
Yeah.
Some regular meth. 23 bags of laundry detergent. 30 wooden planks and 28 car stereos, and then like 6 comfy beds that have multiple uses each.
Amazing. Give me the fucking phone before I wreck your shit. I'm not going to let you pull my leg. I can't. Why not? What the hell's wrong with you? I sold it. You moron. Why? There could be evidence on there. I needed another fix, you fucking junkie. Where'd you sell it? God, this game's horrible. It's good, but like, damn, you're an asshole. Hopefully it'll still be there, and if not, you'll wish you never sold it in the first place. Yeah, just make his life harder.
They're very good at making convincing asshole, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I forgot about the super meth.
Oh, yeah.
All about this.
What's going on? I've found the ultimate joke that makes these bandits leave me alone forever. I'm on a
Which one is
rum
it?
diet. I've already lost 3 days. They
It's
love
true.
that one. They go, hey. Okay, fuck off.
I wish they had expanded the map a little to let us go up to that castle.
Yeah, and a
for
toilet.
instance.
Some hobo sold you a phone lately. Yeah, actually, yeah, it was some old piece of shit. The display was crushed to pieces. I saved whatever could have been saved throughout the rest. The only usable thing in there was the battery. Alright. There's an important photo on that phone, evidence and investigation. There was a memory card in there, but it was really old and low. It was a really old and low memory card. Nobody would buy that nowadays, so I just threw it out. Maybe you'll find it if you don't mind getting a bit dirty. Oh boy. He's like, hey
Winter's
man.
coming.
Yeah, it is. He's like, hey man, yeah, I threw him in the bins out front. Good luck.
I'm pooping.
Oh, hell yeah, estoy pooping.
Estoy pooping.
I still hear people reference that every once in a while.
What?
Estoy pooping.
Really? I think
Yes.
about it all the time.
Yeah.
If anybody
peop-
needs me while I'm in the bathroom, estoy pooping.
Like, more people have seen that, I guess, than I thought. I thought it was kind of obscure.
I feel like it might be for younger people, but I think people our age, it might definitely be, like, well known. Anybody who was online
Stuck in
during
my
the
brain.
Lolcat era.
Oh yeah, I was making lolcat memes too. Dude, I think Josh hates me now.
Why?
I had to mute the TTS, and then he's like, he's just not here anymore, man. I think he hates me. I'm gonna develop a
Damn.
parasocial
They only love
relationship
you
with
for
my
your
chatter.
TTS. They just love for your big, thick TTS.
I didn't even turn it down on my stream. I turned it down for me. And they're like, my bad, sad face. Hasn't said anything. I'm developing parasocial relationship with chatter. I'm getting worried about it. Smiles. You can't see my webcam right now. I wouldn't dare curse your computer with another video feed. That would just be insolent.
Once I get my laptop fixed one day and it has a monitor, I will no longer, I can go back to my 2 setup, but it was just very annoying having one monitor on each.
Yeah. Honestly, on my end, it kind of sounded like you said when I go back to my monitor setup, I'll have a tube setup.
Oh no.
It's loading
Hobo.
It's loading trash PNGs.
I have it on like low settings too.
I know, man. You know that, unlike everyone else in your life, I only question about 1/3 of obvious, like, questions about computer stuff instead of every single one of them.
Thank you.
Because I was thinking about that, and I almost asked. And I went, nah, man, he knows what he's doing. What Yeah, Josh hates me now. That music just started back up, and it confirmed it to me emotionally.
Damn.
Yeah, I have BPD, by the way.
Can cops come into like a place and follow me if I break in? No,
I
they can't.
don't remember.
No, they can't. I heard one like scolding me as I was lockpicking an entrance to an apartment, and I just went in.
Nice.
They gave me dog food and bread and let me leave.
Hell yeah.
They did call the cops.
They did?
They did not.
Oh, you're like, and they did call the cops.
Hang on, I think I know the solution to my problem right now. 1 second. I'm gonna BRB, but
Okay.
I'll still be in Discord, so your chat
Okay.
can still hear me.
Okay. If they're
I'm
still
going
around
to
after
close-
hating me.
I'm just gonna close VTube Studio. I'm just not gonna have the VTuber.
Okay.
We're just gonna solve the problem at the source.
Yep. Politics in
'Cause
command.
I know that's what it is.
Actually, that's not Paul. That's the opposite of politics in command.
Okay.
I like how I ran out of like cultural references to make in our own like world, our own little corner of the world. I ran out of those when I was about 17, and now I'm like, I don't know, I guess I will learn about like early communist China just so I can make jokes about that. Like, I don't know. I don't know what else to do. I'm just like, yeah, this is the Cultural Revolution. Sorry, they smashed my glasses and took my house. Now I'm homeless. Like, I was a school teacher, but apparently I was bourgeoisie and revisionist, so they, like...
Oh, no.
What?
Oh, fuck. I have to beat up this guy. I have to beat up this man. Dude, this thief, like, gave me his money.
Dude, sick. Keep that
I beat him
up.
up so hard, he gave me his money.
Keep it up, man.
There's a guy named Frank in a garage.
Oh, I found the SD card, dude.
Nice.
I found a lot of stuff. Holy shit.
Yeah, okay, everything sounds so much better.
Oh, sweet.
Now that I don't have VTube Studio running.
Yeah.
Unfortunate, but whatever.
Yeah, without a separate audio card, it ends up pushing that CPU and stuff.
Yeah.
And there's just no way around it, unfortunately. But you know this. If I ever seem like I'm saying a bit more obvious stuff on stream, it's not like I'm trying to dunk on you. I like just like spreading information instead of misinformation, you know?
Yeah.
So like I might explain something and you're like, I kind of already knew that, Chew. That's okay.
No,
Just
you're
wanted to
fine.
make sure. Okay.
I stole a picture of Jesus from a dumpster.
It's
I'm
really
so
hard
happy
not to
living.
it's really hard not to mansplain when you're this autistic. It's just splain.
I'm gonna break into this person's home.
I have two
Dude,
new
I
car
love-
stereos.
I love late game.
Dude.
Do you need any car stereos?
Is this-
Can I give you items?
No, dude, I have enough. How many do I have?
I have 28.
I have 9. Okay, well, that's fine. I don't need them for anything. I was just...
I'm sorry, I must have the wrong door. Oh, I don't have enough willpower. I've got to chew some gum.
Mm-hmm.
Chewing gum gives me the strength to continue the rest of my day.
Oh, absolutely.
Or is it Snickers? Do Snickers also give you willpower?
It'll say.
They do!
Yay.
Okay. That's why I have Snickers. Snickers for willpower, bread for food.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Because I was like looking at my hotbar and I was like, why are these items on here?
Mm-hmm.
What is this? Miss Lodova. She gave me some broth.
Thank you, lady. When did this game come out?
We started playing it in 2021.
So do you think I could start streaming it under the retro category since there's more viewers of that consistently? I'm always jumping to call something retro for that exact reason.
I have no idea. Honestly,
I do that.
I don't know.
What's the rule there? It's not like
What
antique
determines-
furniture, you know? Like, they
Yeah,
can't
what
actually
determines
stop
something's
me,
retro?
right? Like, no. I like fresh games. You don't understand what my standards are super high. Like, that's retro, dude. Retroactive is what that means. It means retroactive. Those games, they're from in the past. So, what am I doing? I'm just like running around. I need a quest. I need a quest.
Maybe it's like influenced by how, well, computers, you could argue, are an old console because they're the oldest console.
Oh, true. Yeah, so every PC game counts, actually, so I can put it in retro category.
Every PC is a retro game. Yeah.
Everything fine.
Every PC game is retro. You're winning. You're gaming the system. Although I did get like a follower last night just because I was streaming this at like 4 in the morning.
Oh, I believe it.
And somebody was
I'm being silly.
Somebody was into it. I was like, yo, no way.
Hell yeah.
This toilet is dirty and need to be cleaned. Do you think they ever fixed it?
No.
Do you think they ever fixed that one bug? Wait, storage. We have water in our storage. Water bottle, bottle of water.
Water bongle.
Water bungle. No, we don't. What the hell? Oh, there's a pile of cats in our storage. Okay.
Oh.
Cool.
Oh. Alright, I completed the conspiracy about the license plate. Now I'm gonna go see the conspiracy about Mr. Mesnick. That honestly sounds fucking... That's a sick-ass name for somebody in, like, a mystery thing to have a conspiracy. Mr. Mesnick. That's like a cool name. Mysterious name.
I'm burning a chair and a plastic crate to stay warm.
Yeah. Vroom, vroom. We have 1 hour and 45 minutes of Hobo, and then I have to go raise Tim Skooper. 3.0.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, you can still climb this
Did you
wall.
kill him twice in a row?
Yeah.
Oh my god. I didn't even realize. It was so quick.
It was really fast. I was honestly, like, hoping I got the count right. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, because, like, I blinked and then he was dying to the vending machine again.
Yeah.
And then you said 3.0 and I saw 2 urns.
Exactly. Think about it. 2 dead scoopers, 1 alive one. 3rd one.
Yeah.
So.
I'm
Trying
playing
to
that
rob
game.
me.
I'm playing that fucking game. Do you think I can get the high score? Do you think I can get 100? No.
Absolutely.
This is impossible.
Yeah, took
I
his
don't
money.
have any packaged chicken.
I'm gonna stare at this door while I wait for it to unlock. I need to go pee.
Have fun. Don't fall in. There's a whole pizza in my inventory. Maximum capacity for individual items is 999. We have 912 junk. Incredible. What is my, like, inventory even like? What's my weight limit? I have so many backpacks. I'm only carrying 1/3 of my weight limit. That's wild. Alright, I don't have any chicken. I can make meth and meth deluxe in my own home. Why can't we jump up here anymore? What? Oh, that's a way. Okay. Hey, Bruno. Teach me. I need 90 trust. I have 80 trust. How do I get your trust? How do I get Bruno's trust? I want Bruno to like me. I'm just flipping through pages. Anton wants you to steal a specific type of car stereo. His people have already identified the car. This might get me some points with Bruno because Anton works for Bruno. A Sunday pants. These are not. Oh shit, did I sell my good pants? Water plus 17, water plus 5, water 10, ramen 10, water 6, 4, 4, 2. I'm already soaking wet though, I have to go somewhere. What the hell? Okay. I was trying to take a turn and dude like pushed me past it. And I'm gonna go dry up at the fort, and then I'm gonna go steal a deluxe car stereo because having 30 car stereos isn't enough. I have to have a fancy one. I think it's also really funny that me and Chu have not run into each other yet. Like, I don't know where Chu is. I don't know where they are right now. Oh, wait, I can see them? No, that's a guy I need to talk to. Brother Mark. Why do I have him, like, labeled? Contract car stereo. Okay, so the car stereo I have to steal is by the train station. I smell no shit. Crazy. Crazy how that happens. Welcome. I'm glad you didn't call in.
I heard chew. I heard my name.
Oh, I was saying how I think it's funny we haven't run into each other yet.
Yeah, I haven't seen you once.
Like, we haven't even, like, passed each other.
Mm-mm. Truly curious.
I was, it started raining, and I was trying to make a turn down an alleyway, and there was an NPC that had pushed me past it, and just kept pushing me, like, down a set of stairs. I love this game.
They're so pushy around here.
Yeah, they're so demanding. Okay, I think this is the car I have to steal from. And this is a really hard place to do it, because there's always cops. Like, everywhere. Oh, never mind. It's really easy, because my thieving is so high. I did it. Every time I see an NPC running, I think it might be you, and I get excited.
It ain't me.
And then it's not. It's not you. Any cops around?
I don't know, but I gotta take a shit.
Let's
I
get
gotta
another
take
car
a
stereo.
shit. I gotta take a shit. Beatboxing puppy.
Beatboxing puppy. Yeah, take this picture of Jesus. I love selling pictures of Jesus. I think I might have found a speedrunning strat to preserve stamina.
Yeah?
Yeah, you
What's
just
that?
jump. You like run a step and then jump, and it like, cause
Oh.
you only lose stamina when you're actively running.
Oh, you're right.
So if you just like jump around, it uses less stamina.
Yeah. I think so. Now I just gotta find a place I can go poop on the floor.
There is a place.
I found one.
Somewhere near Anatolia.
Hell yeah, time to take a shit.
Where was I going? I was doing a quest. I have to give... Oh, I went past. I got the fancy car stereo. I have to give it to Anton.
No. It's Bohem.
Oh, I can sell 3 car stereos at a time
Oh,
to this guy. Dude,
it's
I
better
have, like,
than
1,000
Anatoly.
1,000 crowns.
Ooh.
What is this? Is this the drinking chair? I don't want to do that. I don't want to do this.
Slurp. Slurp the day away. Living it up in alcoholic's way.
I love our little hut. Our little commune.
Yeah.
It's so well decorated.
We spent a long time on that. I don't.
I saw you.
Yeah, I have a business over here. A busyness. When do you think people started taking that seriously? I mean, people have always attended to things they've had to do, but like, how would you feel if you never heard the term busyness before? Someone says, "Sorry, I gotta go. I have to go attend to my busyness," instead of talking to you. How would someone what? You know?
I don't know.
That's weird, right? I'm busy with this. When did that?
I don't know, because I feel like I naturally have, like, trouble with that.
Me too.
Like, when I'm talking to somebody and, like, I have their direct attention, if I have to go do something, I have a really hard time being, like...
Yeah, me too. To be like, hey,
I
hold that
think-
thought. I have to do this thing. Because it's usually more than a hold that thought.
Yeah.
If I
Especially
learn...
if I'm, like, going to go stream.
Yeah, same.
It's hard to make it sound like a real responsibility.
I have to go build my empire. Gotta stay up all night. Shelty like a vampire. Black Ferrari. It's a campfire vampire. Pull it to the club. Got a dub on me brick fair. Rims cost brick fair. Chain cost brick fair. Mr. Zone 6. Pretty bitches call me Ric Flair. Is what you have to say, and then you leave the call. Dude, look at this guy. Ailes Smutney. Wait, I'm not screen sharing, I'm streaming. Well, if you ever see a guy named Ailes Smutney,
I'll keep an eye out.
here, I'll send a screenshot.
Damn it, she gave me sneakers. I wanted pants.
People were turning their head when I rolled by, but as you know, the shelter burned down. As you could probably imagine, the bike was extremely flammable. What a shame, you should build a new one. I'd love to, I just don't know where to begin. What kind of an excuse is that? Bike, stuffed toys, and you're all set. I'm gonna help you because I want to see that thing myself. I'm not gonna stop you, however, it can't just be any bike. It has to be a Sparta, and that's some really old school retro shit. It can't be any other bike. Fine, an old Sparta, got it. Okay, weird.
Oh, I just did that quest. I just gave him the bike.
Oh, cool.
Wow, he's getting 2 bikes. I love that we, like, get our quests, like, individually. It's so funny just picturing this guy, like, me handing him the bike and then him being to you, like, hey, I lost my bike. In, like, a 2-minute time span.
Yeah. It's getting colder every day.
Getting colder every day.
Kick-ass
Winter is
pants.
coming.
I think I'm
Actually,
being
I can
accosted.
fight that guy. I'll fight you.
I thought I heard that.
I can kill this man. I can win this fight.
Yay, scratch offs. Gambo.
Not the cop, just staring at me doing this.
Uh-huh. Every time.
He turned around. He turned around.
My god. Hey, do you need smart books?
I don't know.
Because
I
I've
mean, I
unlocked
could read them.
I've unlocked the smart guy book guy character. Right?
Oh, yeah, I don't have him unlocked.
So if you want, you gotta have 30 smart books for that. I remember.
I'll read 30
So.
smart books. Or
Okay.
if you have any extra smart books, I'll take them.
Yeah, whenever we bump into each other. I suppose.
I like how I'm still just stealing trash, even though that's very much not what we need to do anymore.
Yeah. It's so
I'm just
fun.
stealing
It's
trash and assaulting
dopamine.
people.
I'm always trying to sell people crystal, and they're just like, I'm gonna fight you. Instead of just saying no.
Like,
I've been
I'm killing people over wooden planks right now.
I hear you, actually.
What do you think you're doing? I think I'm taking your shit, dude.
No. That's good.
You robbing this man?
Yeah.
Hej, co tu chceš?
Oh my god, he hit me! He hit me! Ow!
I really need this.
Oh, I shit myself! Oh, fuck! Hey, man, trade.
Hi. Oh, yeah. I'll take books. Do you need anything? Do you need any items at all?
Your sphincter has gone loose. It's all in your pants now.
You shit your pants.
Yeah.
Trading to me.
Yeah, I tried to eat a bunch of fucking sandwiches to, like, get my health back up after that guy hit me. And I ate 3 of them instead of 2, and that was 1 too many. I'll just say that. I couldn't fit that, if that makes sense.
I'm losing it, dude. That's so funny. What, do you want to fight? I'll fight you. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Sister Agnes is over here with a fucking, like, putty knife scraping the shit off my fucking jorts.
Oh, shit, I'm beat up. I should have healed more. I need to go buy bandages. I don't have any bandages. Wait, I could make some, probably.
You are beat up. Owie.
Dude, not this guy, like, following me. Leave me alone. I'm not stealing from you anymore. I'm crafting bandages for myself. Fuck off. You beat the shit out of me. You won.
Just opened a crate that had 6 meth in it. Hope that wasn't for... I don't think it was for a quest.
Bandages, bandages.
I'm cold and wet.
I see you out there. There's fire in here.
Yeah, I should probably hit that up before I get sick. Because of the favorable conditions I'm creating for the bacteria, not because of the cold and the wet directly. I would like to clarify. It's getting colder every
I
day.
think the best weapon.
I don't know. Winter is coming.
Winter is coming. It's getting colder every day.
Dog.
I bought a
Sergey.
frying pan from this guy. Oh, he wants toilet paper. There you go.
King. I remember those days.
What's up?
I'm looking for clues.
I should be doing some type of quest. I don't know what the fuck I need to be doing. I keep being like, yeah, I'll go do a quest, and then I'm just not.
Look
I
at your
get
quest
distracted by
log.
trash.
Look
I have
at
to
your
bring
quest log and
Ale's
then
3 stuffy teddy bears.
lock it.
Oh, that's the guy. That's the guy you were talking about.
Oh.
Where do I get teddy bears?
General store,
we
maybe?
Might,
We might
have
have.
some.
I feel like, yeah.
And if they're not in our inventory, they're
God
just
damn
out
it.
decorating the
I'm
place.
to talk to Lingos. Hey, yeah, it could have been like a week or so ago. He walked down the steps from Ziskov and then he continued across the pit. And these 3 guys started chasing him. He tried to run away from them, but I guess they caught him. How do you know that?
Dude,
Well, because he was an old guy.
Lingos.
He was an old guy.
We have tattered teddy bears. I bet I could fix them.
Yeah. If I return to Ferenz empty-handed, he'll just send someone else. They won't ask you nicely and toss you around like a wet napkin.
Teddy bear. I could only make 1.
Doctor.
Do we really not have tape? I
Do we
have
not?
tape.
Oh.
I don't have
Yeah, we
enough
probably
tape?
keep it all on us.
Oh, I ran out of cloth. Ran out of special fancy cloth, the green stuff. The sticky green stuff.
Stick.
I shouldn't say that actually. I need to get that out of my lexicon. Actually, remember.
Yeah, we don't like it. We don't like that guy.
We don't like that guy.
We don't like that guy.
Guys,
It was pretty appropriate because I started making healing salve with the green herbs as soon as you started saying that. Which I'm taking the herbs and making sticky stuff. So I don't know, man. Whatever.
You are making sticky green stuff.
Yeah, it's kind of amber. It's for mosquito bites. There's no mosquitoes here. There's no mosquitoes here. Not right now.
Do you think mosquitoes like have a little mosquito society where they're like, okay, we're on these continents, we're spreading these diseases, we can do better. Let's spread more diseases.
In a way, yeah.
They like congregate.
In a
meeting.
In a way, you know. Yes. But you want to see them in a meeting.
Yeah,
like for real. I would like to see that too. That'd be cool. Yeah. Order. 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 Order.
Quest log. Look at it. I need to look at. Oh, I need to go get like cloth.
You good?
Well, lucky for me, there's a lot of dumpsters around.
I saw 3 dudes walking past here that had shovels, pickaxes, and one of them was carrying what I assume was a jerry can of gasoline. Yeah. Yeah, we don't like those guys, but they had good gasoline cans, okay? We don't like those guys. When did that happen? I mean, during the day or at night? It was dark already. It must have been really late. Thanks.
I'm stealing things from Bear. I feel like an asshole. I didn't realize I was about to steal things from him, though. So,
Yeah.
to be fair.
He'll be okay. He's a tough guy. He'll be okay.
He'll be okay. He'll be fine.
Ano? Ibrahim.
Still just occasionally offering people meth. Hey, Tony. Hey, it's me. Will you let me in? Sure, come in.
Hey, welcome. Welcome in. Welcome in.
Oh, hey, it's you.
Yeah. You know, it's getting colder every day.
You didn't scare me at all. The deodorant, helmet. What are these dialogue options with Johnny? Deodorant, helmet.
He always needs shit, dude. Johnny's always fucking fiending. for something.
For that deodorant? Bro's eating deodorant.
Tak Samariyuu.
I think this woman, I'm like soft locked out of her quest lines.
she doesn't like me very much. Our personalities are incompatible with her.
Oh, she wants makeup.
Do you have any?
I can go get some. I have enough money to buy some.
Trying to see if
Or
I
I
have
could
any.
steal it from somebody.
Do I have any? I don't think I have any.
That's okay. I know where there's like a makeup store, I think,
Oh,
by
okay.
Pizza Boli's.
Shoes.
Pizza Bobo.
Pizza Bobo. I was sitting outside on a bench, right, trying to get some fresh air. I light up a cigarette down to the pit. What do I see? Fire. Yeah, I didn't actually see the fire. It was under the train bridge. There was a flickering light as if from a fire, and I heard the crackling even back here. Ooh. Something that said about that beard. Let me know about that beard.
Dobrý. Naschle. Ano? Bohem.
No one wants my
Every
crystal.
time- I mute in Discord, it fucking opens my map.
Oh,
That's it.
Where is the makeup store? I know where it is. It's here. Give me that shit. I have to go give it to my friend.
oh, there's a Satan altar right over here. I didn't know that. Guess I'll take a shit. You don't want to go. Okay. I tried pushing and nothing came out.
Okay.
Makes eye contact.
Alright.
Order.
Where is makeup lady?
That's it.
Nothing
Lady
came
wants
out.
makeup.
Order.
Naschle. Prosím.
Oh, I think I might have completed all her quests actually.
Finally, I sold some of that sweet crystal blue persuasion. If you know what I mean.
Weak tea. Do I have to make weak tea for that guy, or did I already do that?
No. Naschle. Co? Bohem.
Weeb tea.
Ask the police about any information concerning the homeless
Oh,
killings.
okay.
Right. I have
Bohem.
to be... I've been a snitch, I think, in my past.
Yes.
I'm a hobo snitch. Nobody likes me. But I also, like, steal from everybody and, like, give everybody car stereos. I feel like I'm pretty chaotic neutral.
Yeah.
Anatoly, take my car stereo, please. What do you got? What do you got, bro? Designer jacket deluxe. Oh, a teddy bear! Thank you, Anatoly. I needed one of those. I need just one more. I love when I hear a guy notice that I'm stealing and I can just go in a building. He followed me? No, there's just two guys. 3 guys in here. What the fuck? Why are there 3 guys in here? Well, that's like so many more places to steal from. Yo,
Almost
I found
completed
a cowboy hat.
Gim's quest. Cowboy hat? Ooh.
And an office chair and a tire.
Ano?
Alright.
Success. Yes.
Co chcete?
Oh, I didn't want to sell my bus ticket. Whoops. Well-preserved office table and vodka.
I'm running a
healing center.
protection racket.
Ahoy. Okay. Hombre.
I love these, like, areas that they probably just intended to put something and
Yes. Yes. They're so wide open.
didn't. Just those, like, empty hallways with, like, pipes in them.
Yeah. Yeah. Quite a few of those. I have a gift for you. Something from my personal reserve. You're a good sport. It's not much, but you better appreciate it. Is that a real cigar? The real deal from Cuba. That's some off-brand shit. This is quality stuff for people who know better. Hey! Hey, what's up, Solez? Thank you for the raid. Dragon Raid. What's up, y'all? Hi. We are playing Hobo Tough Life. It is a game where you walk around in Prague. Here to steal your housing, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, they kind of made loitering, you know, existing a crime, and now I'm just over here. Yeah, hello everybody. Welcome in, welcome in.
Where?
He still doesn't want to vote us Hobo King. Yeah, this game is very fun. It's maybe a little insensitive sometimes. It is made by also people, I think, from near Prague, and
Yeah, they're from the Czech
translated.
Republic.
Yeah, and translated to English.
Give me your lunch money.
Okay, how much lunch money do you want? $5?
Dude, I need 1,000 crown to bribe this policeman.
Do you need 1,000 crowns for lunch money?
I have to bribe
Aye.
this guy.
Hi, Kuin. Hi, Kuin. Hi, Colin. Hi, Solis. Hi, Didgeridoo player. So, what was I doing? Oh, that's a big circle. Lango saw Mrazek enter the pit, followed by a group of men. Oh. Meissner
Drunk, I
didn't...
need a tire.
I need a tire. Drax heard cries for help and sounds of struggle from under the train bridge. Okay, everything points to the possibility that something bad happened to Mrazek. Fire, men with shovels, and a jerry can. Cries for help. It doesn't look good. Oh. Look around the old train bridge for old Mr. Mrazek. Oh, man. Dude, DCMA.
DCMA.
DCMA?
I'm being chased. I'm being chased. I'm being chased. Damn it.
Huh. What is that a flag of? It's like our flag, but backwards, and the... Oh, this one's forward. I don't know, that's weird.
I'm still out of bandages. I need bandages.
Let's talk to Mikey. Mikey, how are things? So far, so good. Okay.
Oh, you know what? We might be able to share a chat now. Because I closed the super busy thing. But we can try that again another time.
Yeah. Have you done this quest where you get the 5 clues and go looking for Mr. Mrazek?
I think I'm in that quest line. I can check
Just see.
in one moment.
Okay.
I'm doing...
It's like, yeah, we heard screaming and burning and a bunch of cries for help and stuff, and I'm like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I have to find 1 out of 5. Or I have 1 out of 5.
Okay, I've done them. I've done them all. So
Ask the residents around the pit if they have seen him. What's the pit? Is that like where Meisner is? Oh, okay.
sorta, yeah.
The
But they're
pit's
saying,
just
look-
that big field.
Look around the old bridge. This feels like a great value version of Gymnopodes by Eric Satie. I'm hearing right now.
Where is a bus stop? The fuck? Where am I?
Oh, what a quest. Just give me a big circle and say, yeah, go fetch. Very, very dog coded.
Oh, I should feed my dog.
IRL?
No. Well, yeah, he probably is hungry, but he'll be fine. He'll be fine for now.
He's always hungry.
He's always hungry, yeah. He's always hungry, and he's gonna get a nice, good dinner that I have to make for him. Because we
wonder
don't give
what's
him
for
kibble anymore.
dinner.
We give him fancy meat.
Look around the old train bridge.
We need a stop. Oh, actually, I should go sleep.
It's really bright during the day and then really dark during the night, just like real life.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I want my POV very wide. I want my brightness to go down, though. There we go. Bam, bam.
I mean, I guess I'll take their word for it. They gave me a big circle on my map and was like, go. So I will scan the circle.
Scan the circle. Peruse, maybe. While I'm sleeping, I'm going to hit bong.
Do it.
Casey, calm down.
Get him out of there.
He wants food so bad. He's like,
Get that dog away from that second hand.
I have a window open.
It better be really open.
I am like such a stickler about not giving Casey specifically like secondhand smoke because he's a pug. One time I brought him like with me to college for like a week.
Yeah.
And when my friends wanted to smoke in their apartment but hang out with Casey, I was like, no, you guys gotta go smoke in a different room with the window open and then
Yep.
you can come pet my dog.
Yep. Yep. All right, I'm a. What a riveting quest.
Excuse me. I'm back.
Hey.
Ugh. Do I have chicken bones? I
In the
do.
game?
I'm gonna go visit Gaul.
Like the place?
No, like the guy in the sewer
Oh,
who ate the other guy.
I'm going to Gaul. I'm probably gonna end up looking up this quest because
Yeah. Yeah,
Wow.
no, that one can get really confusing. I think there was another part where they also sent you in a big circle for the same shit.
that must have been a while ago because I don't remember that.
There's a quest where you have to like look around that area for like a pipe that sticks out of the wall, but they don't tell you that it's a pipe that sticks out of the wall. They just give you a big circle. But I don't think you're at that specific part because I've already done it.
Said they heard
I
it
was
from
behind
underneath
the
the train bridge. Like, said they heard it
Um,
underneath the train bridge. So, like,
Let me... Okay, I have it highlighted. Let me go over there. Let me get the 5 clues. And then I can maybe help.
Okay.
We can do it together.
Yay, yeah. Camaraderie.
I don't have a ticket, damn it. I sold my last bus ticket.
The ticket.
I have to ask around the pit. Does that mean I have to ask, like, the people that lived in here, maybe? Yeah, it would seem so. Okay. Okay, talk to you. How are things? This is the painting lady.
This is how my FOV is in real life.
Wide as fuck?
Yeah, I keep it wide.
Okay, I'm guessing that it's having me... That looks like that's where Meisner is. I'm gonna go talk to Meisner, I guess.
They heard it from underneath the old... Wait, is this the old... That's an old train bridge, for sure. What is it, this car? Hi, Sam.
Hi.
Is it this car? No.
I think... What would the old train bridge be? You would think it's the thing that's made out of bricks.
Dude, it's gotta be this thing. Look at it.
I don't know.
It's an old train bridge. And... You know?
Yeah.
That's where
Wait, okay.
it's gotta be.
I have to go talk to Meisner. I have like 3 more people to talk to.
Okay.
And then we'll be caught up, and then we can search. If you don't find it before I do.
Cheers.
Cheers.
My guy just made the weirdest old man noise.
I think that was me.
Oh.
Cheers.
Oh, that was you.
Oh my god.
I thought it was my character, like, grunting. Who do I have to talk to over here? It's saying I have to talk to somebody.
It's the guy with the dog.
Oh.
Let's see.
Wait, is it Barf? Am I talking to Barf right now?
Barf?
Donut?
Barf?
Are you still looking for some dog that you could use for begging? I don't want to talk to... Yeah, Donut and Barf live in this house.
Under the first arch of the stone bridge in the pit, take a shovel. Under the arch of the first stone bridge in the pit, take a shovel.
I completed a different quest while I was here. I think I have to talk to somebody that's inside of this other little fort.
I gotta bring a shovel.
Do we have a shovel?
I don't know. Oh, I found it. Okay. I'll wait for you. I'll take a shit. Oh, I don't have poop. I don't have enough poop, so I'll eat some sandwiches.
Yeah, just
there we
eat
go.
some more.
Yeah, there we go.
Is it wanting me to talk to this guy that's like
For all
down
my-
here? Oh, the guy with the dog. You're
For all my
right.
poop fans in the audience.
And then I have to talk to that other guy that I got this dog from. I'm so behind on my quest. What do you think the speed run is on this game? Do you think people do?
I'm gonna look that up. Because I feel like no one's ever speedran this game.
I was looking at like the Twitch category last night before I turned it on because I was like, okay, do people actually play this and do people actually watch it? And The titles made it seem like there were people who were trying to speedrun it, or at least get it done very quickly.
Okay. I'm not seeing
I think-
anything on speedrun.com.
Oh, maybe not. Dude, wait. Do you want to speedrun Hobo? Should we try to speedrun Hobo?
No.
Oh.
Hi, come over
We'd
here.
have to like lose so much time of our
Yeah.
lives.
Come here. Yeah, exactly. Need a shovel and an entrenching tool. Shovel and an entrenching tool. I would assume it's a shovel, but apparently not.
Let's see. Is it something we can make? It doesn't seem like it.
It's just like a World War I shovel.
Huh. Wait. Goth robe. These clothes would open doors to any death metal party, even for you.
Death metal? Goth?
I can
I guess.
make a goth robe for myself at some point.
Okay.
Interesting. Don't know where I learned that.
Gotta do that. I remember there is like a hardware store, so I'll go over to that.
Go there.
Let's see. There's a guy who sells weapons over here. He might have that.
Maybe.
It might also count as a weapon. Brutal thingamajig, toilet seat, frying pan, adjustable bench.
Oh god, a robber. What's going
Sell
on?
all of these weapons.
Okay, I'll give him a cigarette.
Getting colder every day, huh, guys?
So I've been told. This weather crazy.
Yeah, this weather's fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
An entrenching tool, an entrenching tool. What, so is it just like a square shovel?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I'm trying to find that little... Oh, I think it's here. The little hardware store. Oh, there's a robber. Oh. I'm being robbed again.
I went to Meisner and he has everything that I ever died with. I forgot. Oh, a smart book. I do want that. He has a car stereo. Crazy. I don't need that. Oh shit, he has a bunch of fucking... He's kind of cool. I like Meisner. I like that he keeps his
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, if you go to the hardware store, I think... I see a shovel. I don't see an entrenching tool, though. But this is... I'll get another shovel. Give it to you.
Water, 17 water. Trying to see if what I just got off of...
Did you say you're gonna order it from Temu?
No, I'm like reading stats on my clothing. Sorry.
Oh.
4 + 4 is 8. 10, 16 is the total for this one. 15 is the total for this one. But it gives me defense, so we're gonna wear the bike helmet.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll keep the rubber boots on because it is raining, but then I'm gonna have black metal shoes. Wait, I can wear like... I think I can make like a sick-ass outfit.
Is that
once I
so?
learn the rest of the parts.
Ooh, deluxe car stereo.
Wait, so when you use the items to dig it up, does it like use them? Do I have to go get my own?
Oh, I guess not.
Oh, okay.
I guess you'll have a shovel. You'll have
like
a
you
shovel.
could dig it up and then trade me the shovel and the tool.
Yeah. That is true.
Because I imagine we're only using them like once.
Do you have an entrenching tool though?
I don't. Do I need?
Gotta have an entrenching tool, my man.
Well, oh wait, I thought you found one, or did you find the shovel?
Found shovels. No entrenching
Yeah.
tools.
Okay,
No.
I'll be on the lookout.
Yeah, Bolo. Bolo entrenching tools. Energy drinking a cigarette. Mm.
Oh yeah, I'm like starving. Whoops.
What? That wasn't me eating food.
ちょっと無駄。
An entrenching tool.
Anna totally doesn't have one.
I'm trying to think where would.
Yeah.
We went to a hardware store and they didn't have it.
Yeah.
Are there any like, are there any people NPCs that?
Like the melee weapons guy in the pit?
I went to him and he didn't have it.
But we might have to wait until he does.
Oh, does it? Is that what? Did we look
I
it up?
think.
Did we look it up?
Huh?
Look it up?
I didn't look anything up.
Oh, should we look it up?
Oh, sure.
I mean, like I can if you want to keep running around. I mean, it is kind of fun to run around though and look for it. I don't know.
It is. Let's
But
see if
I'm
we can
also,
find
like,
it.
I feel like it might just be in some fucking middle of nowhere ass NPC. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's gonna be like Mrs. Lavoska or whatever. It's gonna just be
Mhm.
like, oh, I have this old entrenching tool. Do you want it?
Yeah.
My husband died in the war. I haven't seen him in years.
Yeah. Here's the shovel.
Dobrý den.
He has his shovel. He loved this thing.
He loved shovel.
Ano.
The We Have Everything shop. They don't have it.
There's literally a We Have Everything shop.
That's the name of it, yeah. Quote unquote, We Have Everything shop.
Fucked up, dude. I need this employee to leave so I can try to steal from him. I'm like, it also might be something that like we can find.
What about those dudes in the near the dumpster area? That
Who's in
sells
the
stuff.
dumpster? I don't know. Maybe.
I'll go look.
Possibly.
Yep, 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 yep.
Oh god, it's just like dark as fuck outside. Flashlight, my beloved.
My beloved.
I love just breaking into places.
Yeah. It's so fun.
Oh, I have no like willpower. I have to eat my Snickers. Sorry, I'm not me when I'm hungry.
Yeah, you're not you when you're hungry, dude.
Where's the scrap metal guy? Do you think the scrap metal guy by the gas station would maybe have it? He is a scrap metal guy.
It's worth it. Worth a check. Monty didn't have it.
Dad.
Snot doesn't have it. Can't see anything anymore.
I gave this guy a cigarette and he let me go.
Oh,
Fucking
yeah.
idiot. Doesn't even know how
Dummy.
much money I have on me.
Doesn't even know how much a cigarette's worth.
I'm stinky as hell too, and he still tried to fight me.
Yeah.
That's what's crazy. I feel like it's gonna be like some little old lady gives it to you, or it's gonna be in like some really specific like lockpick area,
Mhm.
or it's gonna be just like in a shop somewhere. Am I more low? No.
Hmm?
That's fine.
Uh-huh.
You're very good at that.
Yeah. Retired blow-up doll. Oh.
The idea of stealing an office chair out of a cabinet and then running down a hallway where a guy very much would see me running with an office chair This is just so funny. Like, yeah, let me just shove this in my pocket real quick.
Oh, that's good.
What if, like, some of the stuff we steal we're not even stealing? And it's just, like, for trash?
They just didn't
and
want
we
it.
think that we're stealing?
Yeah, we think we're still. Oh my god, that's like I don't know what that trope is, but that's one of my favorites.
Like, what if we're just a little paranoid?
Yeah,
Like, what if nobody actually cares about some of the shit that we take?
the little Kraken vials have been jabbing us in the thigh.
We don't, like, close it. We don't have a cap for it.
No, we don't understand that concept really.
I got a dinner seat from some guy in a house. It's not
Cool.
really what I wanted, but it's nice.
I'm not dismantling the Oakleys. Okay, it's just not gonna happen. I'm kidding. I would totally dismantle Oakleys.
The fucking, like... Why am I stealing wooden planks? Like, why do I want this so bad? I see wooden plank and I'm like, oh, delicious, yummy.
Yeah, it's so much dopamine. But for what?
We don't even... We already have a base. Like, we have so much stuff.
What are we doing this for? Who are we selling this to? Why are we starting a lumber business for no reason?
We're stealing everyone's lumber in town. Like,
Ruining the economy.
Fucking up the local economy. This is Anatoly. Anatoly didn't have it, did he?
Same.
This guy still doesn't have it.
I like how when I stop moving, I can hear the flies. I'm so stinky. I'm at 64% stank. by the
Flies
way.
for smell.
Dude, where do we get this freaking item? I'm looking it up.
Yeah, please. Thank you.
Entrenching tool.
Granito.
I'm hoping that there are more guides for this by now.
Yeah.
It's been like 4 years.
Yeah.
Чим послужим?
Kashi the weapons dealer will sometimes sell it, or
Aha.
you can find it in big trash bins.
Big trash bins. Okay, I'll go
So our
check
initial
Kashi.
idea was correct.
Okay, I'll go check Kashi if you want to go dumpster diving since you're Stinko Man.
Yeah, I can dumpster dive, don't worry.
Thank you.
What does it mean by big trash bins? Does it mean dumpsters?
It means the 3-part single. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh,
3-segment
like the one
single.
next to the gas station.
yeah, yeah.
Okay. I am going through the wrong dumpster then, but
And-
I am getting stuff that I need, so I'm not really complaining.
Mm-hmm. I'm not well versed in waste management terminology. But that feels like
Yeah.
something I could get
That feels like-
real
That feels
autistic
like
about.
that is the type of thing they're referring to.
Yeah. I
'Cause
just
I feel like
sold.
they would
no.
have said dumpster.
Oh, yeah.
otherwise.
Yeah. Yeah. That's like I
Oh,
don't
this
know.
is also near the metal guy, so that would make sense.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Jesus Christ, a rat and a cat.
Ratto cato.
Wait. Spectacular find.
A ratto
It's a
combato.
dagger.
My character's having a
I
fucking
thought the
moment,
entrenching
dude.
tool might have been like a dagger, but it was a dagger.
Slurp.
Big trash bin.
Excelente.
Aha! Entrenching tool. Got it.
Oh my god.
Got it.
Fucking awesome. I'll meet you.
Yep.
I just completely ran past it on accident.
Where you at?
I went left instead of right. Where'd you find it?
Oh, the weapons dealer. Look, dead guy. He's burnt.
I can't see him.
Oh.
I can't dig because I don't have the proper equipment. Do I need a pickaxe?
No, it just looks like a pickaxe when you do it, I guess.
Oh.
For some reason.
Oh shit, there he is. He is all burnt up. Damn. Oh, you have to hit it like 4 times.
Yep.
Did you hit
Yep.
it enough? Okay. Damn, bro, that's fucked up. Why'd they do that to him?
I don't know. This can't be true. I guess I go take a bus now.
Oh.
Time to deliver the bad news.
You can also report the body to the police. I'm
Uh-huh.
not sure I want to do that.
No. Journalist.
Do we just leave his uncovered body there? I mean,
Yeah,
someone will
dude, for
find
the
it anyway.
journalist. For the journalist, he's gotta go take snip, gotta
Where
take
is the
pictures.
journalist? Oh,
He's at the
shit,
cafe.
he's far.
Oh, he's real. That's why I'm taking the bus. Right.
Can you buy a bus ticket at the tobacconist?
I think so.
Okay.
Bezpekna Proslov.
Oh, they're fucking closed.
Dang it.
They're freaking closed.
Odd buses these days.
I'm just like exhausted running. Oh, I'm running in the wrong fucking direction.
Oh no.
That's him.
I know what happened to Mrazek. No, he's not going to tell anybody anything. I found his body. No, roughly a week ago, somebody killed him. They buried him in a shallow grave. Unbelievable. Surely because they didn't want to draw more attention to themselves with more bodies. Probably. This is getting scarier by the minute. Well, we didn't save Mrazek, but it could help some future victims. Here's something for your troubles. What now? It's starting to get really complicated. I checked the license plate from the photo, and it doesn't look good. How come? I used my contacts at the police, and they told me that the car is licensed to some 80-year-old lady from the Proslov outskirts. I don't think she'd be the one to stab hobos downtown. I wouldn't bet on that myself. The plot thickens. I have a lot to process, and I'm still waiting for some more materials. Come back later once I figure out what to do next. Right, see you later.
Damn.
That's him.
He just doesn't know what to do.
Yeah, and legit, I asked him again. He's like, please give me more time. I need to think this through.
Fish.
Right, he's under the staircase. It looks so different at nighttime.
Yeah.
The map is all coming back to me.
Woo! Speech master promotion.
Or he's above the stairs? He's like up the stairs. There's no place
He's
up
below the stairs.
Okay.
It's
He's
below the stairs. It's below the stairs.
Oh, I didn't see it.
That's
It's
there.
hiding.
Cool. Okay, I really have to pee and my dog needs to eat dinner.
Okay, go do your thing.
So I'm going to burb.
Okay. All good.
Did you say you were going to go play The Sims?
Yeah, but that's not for like 45 minutes, so.
Oh, okay, okay,
Yeah.
okay, word. I'm gonna disconnect then and BRB.
Yeah, do your thing.
Okay.
All good.
I just wanted to make sure you weren't
I-
going to like...
I appreciate that. I think you should have time, and if not, I'm not strict on it, right?
Okay.
So,
Because, I mean,
Yeah.
if you do want to go play The Sims, I'll just play my, like, Hobo for a bit. That I
I'm-
started yesterday anyway, so...
I was in the middle of a murder mystery. I'm pretty immersed right now, so I'm having fun. Either way.
Okay. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
What's today?
He's so nice. Oh, fat loot. Oh, sweet. Bandages from the garbage. Oh, yay. Jabroni Mike Simulator. I'm just kidding. I like that guy. He's pretty good. He makes a lot of poop jokes. I appreciate that. Look at Sam. My character needs some kombucha bad. He's so poisoned. That's the sound I make when I drink kombucha. It's so fucking weird to me that kombucha doesn't turn into like yogurt. But I guess it's like water in there instead of milk, right? And yogurt's just like kombucha. Milk, right? Anyways, I need to off some of this meth. Hold on. Nice. Oh yeah, we need to pick up garbage right here. So let's do that. I ain't worried about you, friend. Have a cigarette. Now he's the bomb. See, flip it around on him. Change your name to Joey and stack your doughy. Change your name to Lance and give him a cash advance. Change your name to Bart. Shop from the clearance mart. Save up your cash and change your name to Ass. Change your legal name to Benny and save every penny. Change your name to Horse and get a divorce. So what kind of... Go to the labor office to collect your pay. Sweet, dude. Jobs?
Dobrý den.
This is such a good photo. I love these, I don't know if they're friends of the people or maybe relatives of the people who made this game. Some of these portraits. Maybe like classmates or maybe employees or people hired, right? But I don't know. A lot of them have a lot of personality. I really appreciate that. Oh, and I didn't even see it 36 minutes ago. Thank you for the follow, that Cat Bosa. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. I didn't see that. Let's go ahead and get another temp job. Yeah, we also got to do some pizza deliveries at Pizza Bobo. Okay. Oh, we got a job at the call center. Oh shit, when did we do that? That was like years ago. We need to go back there and be like, hey, I'm here for my shift. I wish this game had a big arrow that helped me figure out where to go. Want one of those in real life too. That's just a little speed running strat.
Hello, I'm back.
Hi, welcome back. That was quick.
Yeah. I did like some cool speedrunning strats where I took him outside and then
Yeah.
I cut up his food and I gave it to him and then I went to the bathroom.
Nice.
So while he was eating, I was peeing.
Nice. You're just squatting next to him. Like, hell yeah. Let me see.
Okay, let's see. I need to consume. I really just AFK'd. I didn't even disconnect him. What the fuck?
I stared at you for a little bit. I was like, look at him.
I thought I disconnected.
You're fine.
I thought I hit the button. It's so funny. That's okay. I can fix myself. I have money, so I'm not really too concerned about anything happening.
Yeah.
I do need health and I need to go sleep, but that's neither here nor there. I'm turning in a circle. Where am I going? Out of my way, dude. I don't have a ticket.
Damn.
Where do I get a ticket?
Yeah, beat the shit out of that guy. Leave me alone. Yeah, I got a cool bicycle. And a cycling helmet. Ooh, ooh. I don't know why ooh did that, but...
Okay, I have a bunch of bus tickets now. I don't have to run anywhere ever again.
Good.
I should have bought bandages while I was there.
Maybe.
Does he sell bandages? Oh, he doesn't even sell them.
God, dude. Wood planks, dude. I just can't let him go.
We don't even use them is the other part of it all.
Yeah.
We're done using them.
It's gonna kill me.
I'm gonna spend all of my money on bandages.
Good. Buff confidence is useful when you want to talk to people. It increases your charisma, which means passerby will be more likely to stop and chat with you. While you are drenched, your temperature drops twice as fast.
I love burning like plastic bags. And like paint thinner.
In the game, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, in real life, in my bedroom.
I love burning tires.
I just love burning rubber in an enclosed space, you know?
Yeah. It's too cold in the jail to sleep. I think that means I'm gonna die. Get me out of here.
Dude, come to the base. I got a nice fire going.
Dude.
It's got a desk in it.
Hell yeah. I need to bribe the cops real quick. I'm starting a
You are
fight
closing
outside of the
down
police
twice as
station.
fast. Wait, what? The police station?
Yeah. Oh, I didn't really have that much contraband on me. Okay. Yeah, I'll come to the base. I need pleasure. I need comfort.
I'm gonna dismantle some shit.
Yeah. I go sit in a beer chair. So dumb.
6332 6442. Okay, we're dismantling that one.
Nie, this. Co pak? Na skle. Ale rychle.
I'd just be dismantling shit.
Sweet.
Čujete se? Mějte se. Hey.
Can I craft a teddy bear? I can!
Co si přejete?
I'm gonna go give that guy a teddy bear.
Hell yeah. My morale through the roof.
Ales Smutney.
What kind of name?
I love asking for food that I don't need.
I love that everyone robs me for my money when the majority of it is in redeemable lotto tickets. I've yet to redeem. Alright, I'm covered in all sorts of salve. I used fucking 3 different tubs of it. I'm all
Jesus
salved up,
Christ.
dude. I'm salved up, dude. I'm greased up, dude. I'm ready to roll. I'm all greasy, dude.
Dude, you're like Frank and Always Sunny when he was covered in hand sanitizer.
I want to be pure.
You wanna be pure.
Fucking, our place here is insane.
Co chcete?
It's a boy.
Ano.
I'm drunk. But I got Sergei's moonshine, whatever that means.
Bohem.
Hell yeah, Sergey.
Co chceš?
Sergey.
The gay sir.
Na skle.
Let's go.
Oh,
Potřebujete. Mějte se.
What?
I have to go talk to the guzzlers. I'm drunk, I should do that now.
Yeah, it's the best time to talk to them because you'll understand.
Yeah, they understand me and I understand
They-
them. and
they
we're
sound so
communicating
eloquent.
together.
When you're intoxicated.
I'm not a thief, dude. No. Oh, I'm fucked up. He didn't even want to talk to me.
Další takovej.
I always forget there's a supermarket here.
Am I gonna stay drunk enough? I hope I stay drunk enough. I have to get to a bus stop.
Co chceš? Na skle.
Me selling my own art to these people, like, that's a little bit low of a price, don't you think? Come on, it looks brand new. It's like, what do you mean?
Daří
I
se?
just did this. It's an original.
Does that make it? Isn't that a bad thing to mention when you're trying to sell art? This thing is unproven in the eyes of the world. Like, I mean, I'm no
No.
art value expert. Who is? But can I have a pizza? I don't have that much. Anyways, I work here. Can I have the pizzas for that? Okay.
Okay, I have to go to the Guzzlers. They're like by the train station. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. By the train station, yes. Pizza deliver. Pizza delivery. Pizza delivery. Pizza deliver.
Bobo.
Pizza boba. Pizza delivery. Pizza boba. Pizza delivery.
I'm about to stumble upon a Guzzler? Question mark. Yeah, I see him.
God, it's so bright now. Pizza
It's so
delivery.
fucking bright. It hurts. I wish you could get sunglasses.
Yeah. That'd be really funny if that's how they fixed it. I would actually appreciate that.
Dobrý. Bohem.
They do that in Mario Sunshine. There's a guy you can buy sunglasses from.
Sweet.
Ano? Násle.
Pizza boba.
Co je?
Pizza Bobo.
S Bohem.
Okay, I think the other two are like... Are they both in there? No, one's on the other side of the fucking station.
Rip. Pizza
How
boba.
stinky am I? I'm quite stinky.
How stinky are
I
you,
am
dude?
90% drunk though. I'm 0% stinky because I have hand sanitizer.
Nice.
I'm all
wanna be-
slathered
I wanna
up.
be-
I'm like Frank.
Yeah, I was like, I want to be pure.
I want to be pure. Okay, I have to talk to dazed and the Cardinal. Are you the Cardinal? You're not the Cardinal.
Yeah, I was
You're
never a
the
big fan of that band, but Dazed and the Cardinal. Dazed. I don't think it's in here. Pizza bowl.
Okay, I gotta go talk to one more guy.
Ano?
You stay drunk for a long time in this game.
Nejde se.
That guy was not happy with his order. He said the crust was burnt. I tried lying. It didn't work. He said he was gonna file a complaint, and my character was like, "Oh, just bye." Someone ordered it to a bathroom?
Podívám se.
Is it the bathroom attendant?
Na sklad.
No.
Oh. Maybe they didn't want you to know where their party was being held.
Yeah, secret communist party. Pizza party.
Tell the good news to Sergey. Oh, I had to outdrink Sergey because he didn't want to be the outdrinkable one.
Oh.
Anymore.
I see.
I think because people kept challenging him to drink.
Right. That's not fun. Don't do that. Pizza
So now I'm the
bobo.
outdrinkable one.
Pizza bobo.
Pizza bobo. Where's the fucking bus stop, dude?
He said no complaints from customers either. Good job.
Not yet.
Yeah, I guess that dude was like, fuck it.
Check Yelp later tonight, dude.
That dude had no follow through. Oh no, a thief. No, give me your money. Punch. Punch. Do your worst. Defend.
You're gonna fucking go.
I hit a lady as she walked past me.
Oh no.
Sweet. I
I
whoop this
imagine-
ass.
I imagine when people walk past me while I'm dumpster diving, they just like get the trash all over them.
Yeah.
Like they just walk into me while I have a bunch of trash, and they get everything all over them.
Mm-hmm. Perfect.
Say it, Desi.
I open things so easily. It's like, how would you even know I was stealing?
Yeah.
Like I lockpick things so fast.
Exactly.
Dude, I got a cow skull.
Where do you find them teddy bears?
You can, you either find,
Is
a
that
tattered
stuffed
teddy
animals?
bear,
Yeah.
and you fix it, or you can buy one from like Anatoly and places like that, I think. I have
Okay.
one tattered teddy bear if you want it.
Okay.
My clothes are so fucked up, dude. I gotta go see somebody.
Gotta go see Marchie. I don't know who that is.
Oh, I forgot I'm drunk. How to undrunk.
How to undrink?
To
Fucking
undrink.
kombucha? Coffee?
Oh, kombucha.
Maybe?
Oh yeah, coffee also helps.
Sweet.
Sick.
It makes me sick, but that's okay because kombucha fixes that. I'm good. I'm solid. I just
Sweet.
drank like 4 cups of coffee and then an entire mason jar of kombucha,
Jesus.
and I'm
That,
completely
that
fine.
actually... Wait a second. That actually sounds something like I would do. Like IRL.
Uh-huh.
I'm healed. Actually, I'll just make you a teddy bear, I think. Oh no, I don't
Oh.
have enough tape.
Oh.
But I will put the tattered teddy bear in storage. If you don't find one or whatever.
Yeah.
A
I'm
sack of
arranging,
junk and something rattling inside.
macronutrients for myself right now.
Why do I have a sack of junk? What is that for?
You know, I feel like every man comes to a point in his life where he wonders about that. And I find it fun to swing it around. Swing it around. Back and forth. Just swing it around.
I still haven't done the original scrap metal quest.
Still?
No.
That's okay. Still like it.
It's just not like on the agenda, you know?
It's not a priority, dude.
I'll do it right now.
If you want. You don't gotta.
Well, I do have like an amount.
Enhance the flavor?
You got a tip where you might find some scrap metal, which you could then sell for a substantial amount of money. Langos would sure appreciate it if you gave him his share. Okay. So I just have to sell scrap metal and give some money to Langos?
I guess.
I think I'm kind of glad I saved it for now. It would have been a waste of scrap metal in the early game.
Mm-hmm.
Is he still there?
Who?
Okay, his body does despawn. That's good. We don't have to see a burnt up man on the ground forever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was wondering when his shriveled little ass was gonna, you know. You could say.
I think I'm soft locked out of that quest.
Recipe girl?
No, the scrap metal.
Let's see.
Unless I have to go get it first?
Might be.
Maybe I never got it.
Still arranging my macronutrients. One moment.
You know that drug lab in our base?
Yes.
I was supposed to deliver that to someone.
I think
I
it's
just
cool
found
that
it.
we have it.
Yeah, it's better that we have it.
Yeah, because then we can make meth with mint leaves. You know?
Are we just making fake meth?
I think it's baking soda and mint leaves. Which, yeah, I don't think that's how you make meth.
I don't think that's how you.
I don't think that's how you make meth. I'm no expert, but I don't think that's how you do it. Personally.
My bowels are restless.
Oh, is that true, Sam?
Yeah,
Oh.
I have to go shit in the street.
Me looking at my co-host. Oh.
I forgot where to shit.
Yeah?
Oh, I think I found it.
Common problem.
I found it. I don't like that you have to like face the corner.
You have to look where you're going to poop.
Yeah. And then you just like squat facing it.
Facing the toilet.
Okay.
Come on, dude, I'm trying to order my prole slop.
I can just drink coffee and stay awake forever. Is what I'm learning.
Oh? Yeah?
'Cause,
That
I mean,
sounds
it ups your energy.
familiar.
It makes you sick, but
Oh, yeah. Makes you real
you
sick.
can Tim Scooper.
Yeah. I'm prepping my nutrients how to put in my body for Tim Scooper. That sounded weird. I'm not doing it for I mean, like, so I can... You know what I mean?
Oh, I think it was just supposed to open the sack of stuff. It gave me a bunch of things.
My sack stuff opener.
I got a talisman of recovery. Oh, cool. Cool. Fuck yeah.
I'll take 100% off my order. And I think I'll stab this teddy bear through the heart.
Are my clothes that fucked up? Where do I get them fixed? Characters. Is it Miss Sperna? No, it's Miss
Miss
Lodova.
Sperna.
Miss
Is it Miss?
Sperna.
Is it Miss Sperna?
Oh, I'm not that far from Miss Lodova. I think Sperna might be where I need to go, though.
Miss Moldova. New Year's. New Year's.
I just parkoured over a building.
This is how we do.
Dude, no, I have to go to Miss Sperna. Mrs. Sperna. She's on the whole opposite side.
Miss These names are so good.
They're just so fun to say.
Sorry, I was like doing something on my phone, then deleted my order, and I'm like, fuck. I live in a world where I gotta click buttons on my phone, man. You know,
This can't be her.
this can't be true.
This can't be where she
This
lives.
can't be right.
This cannot be right.
No. Tell me this guy got a pizza with nothing on it and icing. It's not what I'm doing. Could though. Maybe someday.
Oh, this is Miss Sperna.
Sperma.
She's the lady you have to, like, give a rat to. Or put a rat next to.
Yeah?
Yeah.
She's that girl you gotta give rats to. Yeah, you know. You remember. You gotta give a rat.
That means that's not who I'm thinking of. Oh no, what character is it? Is it
Miss-
Mrs. Coulter?
Miss
No.
Gerba.
That's the fortune telling woman.
Gerba.
Emka. That's the lady you take the cardinals to. Your
Gerba.
carnations, not the cardinals.
Hey, Cardinals. Hey, go. Hey, Cardinals. Hey, go. Hey, yay.
Let's go football.
Let's go.
Let's go ball.
Faster.
Ball game.
Get out of here. Go.
Dude, this music is crazy dramatic right now.
Is it? I have it.
For me, it is.
I mean, I kind of have it turned up, actually. Okay, I'm almost done. Jesus Christ.
It's got some, like, heavy violins and shit. It's, like, really melancholic. You're Miss Lodova. You're not who I want to talk to. I need to speak to your neighbor. Why there's so many people in this alleyway? Are you good? What is she doing?
Miss Goddamn Tapioca.
Dude, where is this old lady? Does she live in here?
Bruh.
Mrs.
Miss-
Emka.
Miss Goddamn Tapioca. One moment, I'm experiencing a complete infrastructure failure on my phone.
Oh my god, I don't have enough money. Money. I need money. How do I make money? I am really good at begging. I could just go beg.
Yeah, I've been back on that. I've been grinding. I've been selling meth to the virtual population.
Virtual meth to the virtual populace.
Yes.
Bish, bish. Sometimes I can't tell if they're speaking gibberish or actual, like, Czech. Because sometimes they will say real Czech terms. Like, they'll be like, dobiden, or whatever.
Yeah.
Which is like, hello. I think.
I mean, shit, I don't know, dude.
So maybe they are, like, talking shit for real, for real.
Maybe.
Oh, that's right. I spent all my money on bus tickets. That's why I'm poor. Bus tickets and hand sanitizer. I need to be pure.
Charlie. Dude, why is it not letting me do this? Oh my god. I'm struggling.
Here to help. Divorce. Save
If I
the
don't,
whales.
if I don't get protein, well, I'll no longer urinate. Okay, well,
Quality hooker pricing.
I'm guessing that this app freezing continuously and refusing to let me pay is a sign that I'm just eating rice tonight. So I'm gonna go make rice.
Okay.
Yep, I'll be right back.
It's getting colder every day.
Yeah, life's been real tough here in America ever since they cut the protein rations.
Oh, I wonder if I can build a thing. Where's the crafting bench over here?
You get an additional 15-minute buffer to play this game because I need to eat rice.
Yay!
And install some mods.
What mods are you gonna install?
Yeah, like I'd say. Like I would tell you. Yeah. You're gonna just have to find out.
Damn. I'm making more private dumps so that we can have more storage.
Good man. Thank you.
I'm also just getting rid of all of the furniture that are in my pockets because I don't know what to do with them.
Orchids.
I love how we just have lots of trash.
So much.
So much. Also, I found a teddy bear. Do you want me to put it in storage?
Sure.
I have some epic junk. I'm trying to just offload my 79 wood panels that I just had in my pocket until now.
So much wood. It feels
I'm
good.
pressing buttons in the wrong order.
So much wood. It feels good. So much good. It feels wood.
Okay, I feel like that's a good amount of things that I've dumped off.
Good.
I was doing a quest, wasn't I? I was trying to get my shit fixed. And I needed money, that's right.
The shit fixer.
The shit fixer.
The shit fixer.
I can't believe you poisoned the guzzlers, dude.
Yeah, they'll be alright. They'll be okay.
Why does it say I need 500 coins? For what? For who?
Pourquoi?
Do I have a quest where I need 500? Or is that how much I need to give Langos?
I don't know. What's I gonna say? You're invited to hang out while I do Tim Scooper time, if you want. But I know you might want to take a break. So.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go make dinner or something.
Okay. One to offer.
Yes.
I'm installing the mods now.
I'm proud of you.
I'm so
I
excited.
look forward to Tim time.
Me too.
I don't need wood. I don't need wood. I don't need wood. We don't need to steal lumber.
Sorry about that.
Somewhat.
Sorry about
Only
that.
somewhat. Where am I? I always forget about this weird industrial area.
Me too. I'm gonna go get my fries.
Have fun, don't fall in. I don't know where to go. I don't know where to go. Now I know where to go. I'm not lost anymore. I guess I can just fucking fix my
Downtown.
Downtown.
Downtown. You can do anything. You can't do nothing you can't do. When you're
Fancy cloth.
downtown. Downtown. When you're
I thought you were singing
uptown.
like the Macklemore song.
Ew.
He has one called Downtown.
No. I mean, I guess. No. Hey, maybe Tim Scooper will go to college. You know?
Tim Scooper's going to college?
Maybe. I don't know. It's an idea. I thought maybe we see if he wants to go to college.
Why would we educate him?
I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. We could just see, Dude, I'm probably dying in the game. Hold on. Let me check.
Dude, he's probably like...
No, I'm wet. I'm just wet.
We don't want him to be self-aware.
True. Yeah, we don't need him awake. He doesn't need to be awake for this. We're like Dennis. We're like, nah, dude. If we're doing this operation, you should be awake. Hey, I'm gonna pee real quick. Please entertain my viewers one last time. And you're up.
Oh god. Hi, chat. I can't see chat, so I can't see what's going on in chat. I'm going to dismantle some of my clothes. Oh, I shouldn't have dismantled that one. Oh well. I think I'll be okay. I hope dismantling the punk scarf wasn't a bad idea. I just did it. Ornate cigarette case. Well, I'm gonna dismantle that too. Okay, my clothes are fixed. They're very stinky, but they're fixed. I wonder how far I can push them. Let's see what I can do. I want to push them towards the fire. Let's get warm. Let's warm you up. I can kind of like walk you over there if I like stand on the head right. Let's take a field trip. Come on, come on, come on, come on. It's so hard to do. I keep getting stuck on like the roof, but I think that's kind of what's enabling this. I cannot even imagine how that looks right now.
The roof enabler.
I brought you to the fire.
Oh, thank you. Did you push me?
Yeah.
Oh, I
stood on
didn't
your
see.
face and pushed you.
Oh wow, you did. That's great. Yeah, he did. Amazing.
I need to wash my clothes.
Yes, you do.
I don't have bottled water.
No.
No. Oh, it might be too late in the day to go buy bottled water. I don't have money. What am I saying?
You need to beg, borrow, beat, buy, and steal and sell meth.
I might be too stinky. I'm a little stinky.
What if news anchors had to eat dinner on air?
That would be funny.
That'd be
make them more
really
human, I
funny.
think.
Yeah.
It would make me like view them as people.
You see that like Jerry that's always giving you the weather for like your entire childhood. This guy like doesn't eat any greens.
They start making news anchors like do mukbangs.
Please.
To, like up viewership.
Please.
They're like, you have to eat an entire dinner of 20 chicken fingers on stream, or else like our viewership's gonna go down like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Can I afford? How many can I afford? I can afford very many bottles of water after begging for like 2 minutes.
Finally.
I love watching people run around in the rain.
They go so fast.
They're booking it. I like the imagery of the washing machine. It makes me look like I just took all of my clothes off and I'm sitting in front of the washing machine waiting to put them back on.
Yeah. Like it's fucking laundry day, dude. Like
Can't go anywhere. It's
you mean
laundry
it.
day.
It's poop day. It's laundry day. I think I'll go ahead and deafen myself and get this game loaded.
Yes.
While I
is the
finish up my
Hobo-
rice. Unless you need to finish some, are you finishing up the laundry?
No, I'm actually unstuck. I need to unstuck.
You're stuck?
I'm good now.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Thank
you
you
hop
for
out?
hoboing with me.
Of course. I enjoyed it. It was very fun. Ah!
But yes, I will hop out of call now.
Okay. Catch you later, Sam. It was fun.
Bye.
Bye.
Have fun with Scooper in chat.
Will do. Catch you there. Enjoy dinner. Okay, save and quit. And there he go. I'm still eating a little rice. So give me a minute.
It's Tim time. Tim time.
Tim time! Yeah, I got a little slideshow action. I'm out here trying to pour a bowl of rice into my mouth. So, oops. So as to not make too many silverware sounds. Okay, I made sure to save the game. It's Tim time! Timmy! It's a good slideshow. It's a good slideshow. All right, let me deafen myself. As in, start up the game. You'll never guess what I'm having for dinner. Rice. Yep, rice. Shoulda guessed it, dude. Shoulda guessed it, dude. Jesus Christ. Welcome to The Sims 3. Welcome. Welcome. Welcome to The Sims 3. Welcome. Welcome to The Sims 3.
BB sword.
Dude, this audio's fucked. Why is this the loudest thing ever? Holy hell. Dude, that intro is the loudest thing I like ever. Okay, I'm gonna stop. So it said it wants us to run the tiny UI thing again, but I don't really want to. I'm lazy. Let's just see if it works. I installed a bunch of stuff. None of it's illegal. Some of it's a little illegal for Tim, maybe. But it's all Twitch legal. We're gonna see how it goes. This should be a tradition with me and Sam. We should eat rice for dinner on Fridays. To like, as like a sort of like asceticism thing. Deprive ourselves of pleasure. But wait, we really like rice, so it's not like, I don't know, it's just not a well-rounded dinner. We have a not well-rounded dinner every Friday. Oh, he was messed up. Dude, I'm so excited to play this. I love The Sims. So much. Holy shit. Let's try a double soy latte with cinnamon whipped cream. I'm gonna have a running list of mods that I want to look for. Let's see. Tinker with espresso machine. Oh, we have so many drinks around here. Oh, he's so stressed though. Oh man. Let's play chess. Having fun now. Oh, he could read some of his books also. He likes reading. The entertainment. Yeah, it's back. Sam, what do you think? Every Friday we have rice for dinner. Hell yeah. Sounds good. Our asceticism routine. Okay, we're hungry. You know what? Tinker with the oven. He's really hungry. He's just beating the oven. This is how I want food to come out now. Just go make a salad, man. Alright? Give up on that for a bit. We gotta get you through the day, alright? I'm your friend, so I'm gonna try to accept you. Be good guy for you. Good friend. I wanna be a friend. Alright? He's preparing an autumn salad. I don't know what that is, other than it's a salad. That's okay. I don't have to know everything. Right? I don't have all the answers. That's fine. Answer phone. No, dude, I'm really hungry right now. I'm gonna eat autumn salad right now. Yeah, he loves that shit. What? Alright, have some more floor bevy.
Whoa, hold the fuck on, buddy. You can't be chopping food without a helmet.
Yeah, I need to put his helmet back on. I was thinking about that. I kind of forgot. What's up, Dr. Butt Doctor? There we go. And now, continue riding the loneliest Yeti. This is Tim Skooper 3.0, and he hasn't written a single book yet, so he's about to fix that. The themed laptop. Yeah, so he can type real fast. He's really stressed though. So I think he needs to go like shoot the shit, as they say. Let's get his energy drinks in there. Yeah, megaphone too. That'd be fun. Move those ashes of the other Tims. Hope you're hanging in there all right, Dr. Butt Doctor. I'm trying to enjoy myself for a little while here with Tim Skooper. Gonna torture him, make his life hell, and it's gonna be really fun. Pretty good? Yep. Everything that's within my control is awesome. Everything within that realm is doing PGK. Wait, it's really late. Maybe we shouldn't try to socialize. Also, it's raining. Also, he's got to go caca. Timmy got caca. Can he read while he's on the toilet? Really? Come on, man. Okay, that's another mod I need to add to the list. Read while pooping. Okay. He's de-stressing right now. He's reading his alchemy book. I think he's having fun, maybe. Yeah. He's having a little bit of fun learning about new things.
Tim, buddy, you gotta pull your pants down to shit. Otherwise, it's not going to fucking work.
His face looks like he heard that.
I shit how I want. Adam.
They're beefing, and I love it. Play the claw machine for a little bit. Just realized, wait, we have a bookshelf. The vampire blogs. He loves
yes,
that fucking
the
book.
gacha game of life. Personal crane machine in my home.
Patrick? Oh, it's a bunny. Oh, it dropped it. Dang it. Oh, he's loving this though. He's having a blast right now. He's about to have a crash right now though. Oh. Pot of money. Slurp it. Drink that. Tim? It's not how you hold a coffee mug.
If only there were someone with access to this machine that could tweak the settings.
Yeah. If only. Oops. You know, I was trying to think of royalty-free music and stuff like that to like put in the custom music thing that like wouldn't trip the VOD all the time. Cause like I let it happen sometimes with the Sims VODs, cause it's like I don't know, it's just so funny to have him dancing to shit. It's worth it. Especially since I don't even get any money from the channel right now, as it stands. But I think it would be really funny if we just got like actual straight up royalty free music. Very obviously bad. Royalty free music. He's getting pretty good at this. Oh, teddy bear. Oh.
Tim time.
Tim time!
Tim time.
Tim time! What the fuck? Dude, that looks so cool. What was that? Oh well, floor coffee. Excuse me. The entertainment. Here, let me look for some more custom music files. Okay, cool. The game keeps playing after I leave. I could put in like the film cow sound of, yeah, Kevin. Yeah, I was thinking Kevin McLeod. Taylog. Wait, he's experiencing autonomy. We have to stop this. Serve hot bevies. Then start a non-fiction novel. I was crafted in a lab by the Stasi. The big scoop. I don't know why I did a hyphen instead of a colon. I was crafted in the lab by the Stasi. The big scoop is going well. Oh, he's really cranking out some money from it, too.
I was crafted in a lab by the Stasi. The Big Scoop by Tim Skooper. That's a fire title.
That's what he says to himself every time because, you know, fire. That's a fire title. That shit fire. All right, I think maybe slime and tunes might be good. How large are these? It's like a gigabyte. Holy shit.
That's fire. That's my catchphrase. I love fire and causing fires.
Wait, is like what do you call a fire liker?
Boy, I'm sure glad the Stasi taught me how to type. Quite the irony when you think about it.
Yeah, it's a little funny, ain't it? Pyromaniac, thank you. I couldn't think of that term.
Pyromaniac. Am a pyrophiliac. Baby.
Yeah, maniac. All right, a bunch of sound effects in wave form. I don't know if the wave is a good idea at all.
Pyromancer. I like kissing pies.
Mm-hmm. What? I can't look at the chat right now. Hold on. Are wave files gonna fuck this thing up? I feel like it's gonna have a problem. It's like a lot of data, you know? Guys, it's so much data. Right. I'm gonna save, just in case. And I'll have my audio converter at the ready to turn all the wave files into like MP3 or like OGG. OGG. I like kissing pies. Pyromancer, I see.
I'm chatting to a girl called Stacy. She's from East Germany. I am not concerned.
Stacy. Tim?
Oh, Saturn! Hey, Glee!
Sorry, man. I'm sorry. I know it's bad. I know it's bad. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. Shut up. His brain has been made a meal. Oh, the chamber pot done broke. Well, you gotta drink some coffee about that first. Find the nearest coffee to the toilet and drink it.
Oh.
Okay, options, music, custom. Yeah, I guess we have to restart the game for that. What? Did he die from too stinky?
Yay! Bees!
Zara's and Tebnibak. Ugh.
Tim Skooper was attacked by 1 million flies from being smelly in a filthy environment. Oh my god, he had an NDE. He had a near-death experience, chat. We need to clean up. We need to hire that maid again. Like, right now.
Most.
You would not believe your eyes if a million flies gave you a million hugs to have an NDE.
True. Dude, what if we have a weekly butler, dude? 125 a day. Okay, so that's like not worth it, but also like, dude, what if we
the maid for permission to shit in the sink?
butler?
I will call her mommy.
You're a living butler. The maid is the one that cleans, though, I think. All right, well, we'll hire her too. We'll just have to make quick returns, okay? We'll have to turn our novel money around fast. All right, we gotta churn out some fucking schlock. All right, and they're gonna pamper us every step of the way. Give him like a dwarf fortress bedroom. Hold on.
I was just denied my application for the New York Times bestsellers list.
Get over it, Tim. It happens to the best of us. What's the most fucked up door we got, bro? That's not a door. It kinder keep away.
Pet door.
Pet door. A man-sized pet door.
The New York elite have been gatekeeping me and my internet friends for years. I will Luigi's Mansion them.
Oh, one sec. There we go. Yeah, the tomb passage. There we go. That's it. Give him a little taste of the scoop in here, too. Goblin / gimp door. Yeah, that's kind of like a pet door.
Well, thank you, gracious creator. I love my Zergoff room.
Good boy. I don't think this is gonna work. Or maybe it will. Hold on. Oh, thank God. This is the... Didn't they, like, take this out in Sims 4? That tool? The like room expansion. I love that.
Who designed this room? Me.
Urist designed this room. Hold on. Yeah.
I think I would sell more books if I sent spam emails to anyone who has ever bought my books. I think if they unsubscribe, I'll put them back on the list after a year or two regardless.
I've had that happen with multiple companies. And then I like talk to their, I like go and I create like a support ticket and I talk to them. Like an actual human there. I've had them apologize to me and then they, after a year, they start coming back. What are these, man? Oh, that looks crazy. We're not going to be able to afford this butler.
Hey Tim, we've got like 10 different people on hold asking why they're subscribed to spam mails from you.
If they don't want to read my manifesto, that's their problem.
Yeah, he also makes them
Can't
pay for
block
the
me if I
manifesto.
keep changing my email address. Smart move, Tim.
Good move, Tim. Uh oh. He's frozen. Oh. Tim cannot open this door. Okay.
If I don't
Smartphone
have
services.
a butler by age 24, I'm cooked.
I think you're okay. Let's get that made, and let's cancel the newspaper. And let's be real, let's cancel that butler. Oh wait, we can't do it yet. Okay, did we get a magician? No. We're kind of probably going to need to sell the claw machine and downsize a little bit for now. Because we're going to need to float the capital. Don't worry about it, though. We'll be okay. We'll get it back. Alright? I promise. So have a quick meal. Have popcorn.
Out of the way, huh?
Oh yeah, I'm
Butler's
going to
here.
cancel that newspaper with extreme prejudice.
Wait, who's the butler? Who's the maid? Are you the butler? Fire. Fire her immediately. You can't afford her. Fire. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I have become
Just not yet, okay?
increasingly concerned for my own welfare. It would behoove me to leave at my nearest convenience.
Joffrey. Wow, Butler is a voice. That's crazy. Tim hates that he had to fire that lady on her first day. Her first hour, her first minute here. Alright, we have to write. Come on, write about your Stasi time. Did you know that Altavito is filthy rich? I never would have guessed. Cleaning your house would be my pleasure. I'll be there in no time to get cleaner. We'll have to get a butler later. Watching the gramophone. Yeah. Just having a fun time. Dude, get a bevy. No, dude. Keep writing. It's Stasi time. All done. Start sci-fi novel.
Tim, stop telling me to clean. I'm not a maid, I'm girlfriend.
Oh!
Hood probe. Don't ask me what that means, because I don't really know.
Turns out the butler's job has nothing to do with but stuff.
Oh, I see. You thought, tinker with the computer. It's fun. Fucking break it with a screwdriver. Uh-oh, he's getting sick. Uh-oh, it's on fire. Oh, we're getting the flu, and we're sick, and it's on fire. Oh. It's not going out. Dude, you have to write about this immediately. Oh, dude, he's gonna go like fucking shit. Stay indoors and keep warm.
Time to write erotica.
Large!
He's having a hard time. He's really sick.
Ugh,
He can't get to this thing for some reason. So I'll put it right here.
Dog.
Huh?
Shamo. Don't stay, huh?
He just fucking bitches about this thing, dude. Good job, Timmy. So proud of my boy. Ah.
What do I sound like?
Pretty good, like a little rascal. He's refining his writing skill. I guess that doesn't stress him out. That's cool. It's good to know. Level 5. The neighborhood could always use a little more funny. Yeah, I believe in that, actually. feel like that's important. If it's done right. If it's politically correct humor. I remember when that fire started. Thanks for putting the waffles away, bro. Thanks for throwing that coffee away. Asshole. I'm paying you to do that. Okay, now he's fucking stressed as shit. Alright, play video games then. Oh shit. Play... What are these games? Oh, so many new games. Density effect. Like Mass Effect? Density, mass. That's good. Drink some caffeine and start gaming, dude. You know the deal. Oh wait, he's got shit too. That's fun. His fun goes up when he poops. So, I'm just saying. A little Tetris.
Uh-huh.
Or it's like... Match 3? Match 4? Keep writing hood probe. And keep refining your writing skills so you can milk more money out of it. Eat them waffles before they go bad, boy. Stank ass waffles. He's sick right now. Refine your writing skill. Refight your whining skill, dude. No time for that right now. Okay, next, chat on the computer. Have a friend moment. Oh, a ghost? Where? Don't shit yourself out of fear. That's bad. That's bad. Have an energy drink. Oh wow, we have money bags. Hell yeah. Cash them in. Nice, man.
I'm gonna get ya, Tim.
No, no,
I'm gonna get you, Tim.
not today, please.
Gonna get ya.
Roll. Lava, Shunga.
Wow, he's so well-rounded. How socialist of him. That appeals to my ideals. Energy crash. Have another can. I gotta have him read about alchemy, y'all, because alchemy is gonna give him like potions and shit. It's gonna be crazy.
I'm not going to get you, Tim.
The fact that you even brings this up concerns me.
Yeah, he's a freak.
She calls me well-rounded because I'm smooth down there.
Yeek.
Yeah, he is. Yeek. Yo, put the coffee machine back, man. So you can be stinky without dying. If you just keep your room clean. Book donation. No. I haven't read them yet, dude. What are you talking about?
Ordach and Woodland.
He's too tired? We'll have some coffee. Drinking all these energy drinks, you're not doing shit. Drink coffee. Oh, he's got a turlet. Turlet time. Cherry. A foreboding full moon begins its mystical ascent to the night sky. Okay.
Look! Dinosaur! Oh, no.
Chat with some people, Tim. Get social. Let's get connected. Dude, it's raining. His basement's gonna flood. Oh, shit. Dude, what if? We have a little bit of money we can float on, so we can focus on leveling up our writing skill rather than just pure writing. Which should be really good. I don't think we can take any more writing classes. Excuse me. What's his progress bar at? Hello. Okay. What was that? Oh. It's just a sleepy zombie. Tim's gonna get fucking blood clots in his legs. The texture's loading in. Yeah. Ah! Tim Ghost.
Told me it was impossible to write a best-selling book about a seal-shaped dildo falling in love with fire. They were right. This will not stop me, though.
I believe in you, Tim. A seal-shaped dildo. Well, like it's shaped like a seal? Or a seal's dick? Haunted computer! Laptop ghost!
They haunted by the ghosts of my past.
He's all smooth down there. Just another day at the office, huh, Tim? Get out of here, I gotta take a shit. Thinking about that money. Oops. Where's our ramen? Oh, it's on the floor. Damn it, he's coming back down here. Ghost fine. Ghost watching me poop? No. So, what you eating there? I'm not on enough drugs to properly comprehend this.
Anyway, huh? Wabba! Hell.
A calm sip. He wants to serve hot bevies.
Darn it! Livington, you're standing in the way of me shaking your laptop about.
Yeah, for real. Maybe it's almost like you should get your own. Oh my god, he's eating my food. What the hell? Alright, well. Waste not, want not, I guess. That's fine. We are pretty full right now. And food spoils. You know. Haunted toilet? Oh, he's going back in his urn. Ernstwhile.
Thank you for the meal, Livington. Have you considered doing better? Though, like at cooking, you could improve is all I'm saying. Like it was totally burnt.
Well, you were eating it the wrong way. Keep pressing Q and apparently it brings up like a saber exit thing. I'm not just gonna suddenly quit out on you, chat. Don't worry. Although I think I will save. While we have a moment. Tim time, Tim time. Blame the government. It's Tim time. Can only blame him for the books. It's Tim time. He looks fucking funny. Keep on refining. Actually, let's go to the potion shop. Let's get him out there amongst the people.
Get back, Ghost. Get out of Timmy's home.
I am him. Be gone.
right, Tim's going to take a little ride over here. And I'm going to refill a humidifier because it's really dry in my room. Well, let me make it. Is it following him? I think it is, yeah. Rejoin. Wait, he sat down in a rocking chair? Oh, that's fine, I guess. I'm gonna go grab.
Where is your basement?
I'm gonna grab some more water. I'll be right back. It's so dry.
Cashier is asking me to leave. He is holding his nose shut with his fingers. I cannot tell why he would be doing this to me. My stink lines are beautiful.
Oh, he's doing stuff on his own. Oh, he's going home. No, really loud introduction. Yeah.
Oh.
Stinky guy.
Yeah.
Really loud introduction. Oh my god!
Perfect. The hink for Noonie.
My stink lines are beautiful. Classic Tim. Yeah. Alright, we need to buy something. He's very angry with Tim. Yeah, but A. Lamau, you know? This game got loud. Glow orbs. Alchemy Volume 2. Excuse me. Vial of Bliss. That's pretty useful. Some of these ingredients. Potent Enlightenment recipe, sure. Potent Personality Adjuster recipe, sure. Alchemy Volume 2. Fountain of Youth Elixir, sure. And we'll get the books on gardening, too. Excuse me. That's a lot of money. But it's gonna be worth it. Self-sufficiency. Yo, is that thing in piss? Floating around in a... He just found his first hunk of raw metal. He got ripped off? But yeah, that guy hates you. Oh my god, Tim. Classic Tim.
Potion seller, I am going into battle, and I need your strongest potions.
You cannot handle my potions, traveler. Your stink would create a noxious gas if you were near an open bomb. They would kill millions.
But potion seller.
But potion seller. Let me browse though. What do you got? Oh, it can't do that? Browse, dude. Browse, dude. Oh, he's got a phone call. Yeah, talk to this guy. Buy items. Do you have the same items?
I don't know.
No. You have new items. Skill booster. Just a serum that makes you feel like shit. Potion seller. That one lets us stay awake for a long time. That's good.
Hello, potion seller. I'm going into battle, and I need your finest potions.
I can smell him on you. Begone, sir. I know you work for 10.
I tried.
What the fuck?
Oh.
He got ripped off again. This fucking guy. Hey, this is our friend. Friendly. No, funny. Or can we say hi? Can we just say hi? He wants to buy a rocking chair now. Hey, what's up, man? Is this your date? Hey, I smell like I haven't showered ever. Friendly introduction.
Nancy, every job.
We have so much in common. I'd love to get to know you better. Really? Well, Tim has to go home after drinking this. He's irredeemable. Even his polite actions are fucked. Yeah. He's nice and awake now. Drink the skill up elixir. Sorry to keep clearing my throat, chat. Just really dry in here. We got... What's this? What's this one do? Okay.
I think that guy sold me bottles of bone water mixed with glitter.
Yeah, he did. He hates your ass. He would. He would. Okay, we don't have any more soda. So let's have Tim go home. The fuck is that thing? Cut a stack of gems. What? I got that humidifier pointed right at my face. I'm gonna be real
It's
moist
delicious.
soon. I'm gonna be so moist soon, chat. Who just went in my house? Who's that? Pay the bills. Get the mail. Yay, complimentary latest books. Sweet. Oh, wow. I domineer with my aura. These are by, like, the past hymns, too. A description of my actual life for real. God hates me. Okay, Boodle, show me this guy's balls. Thus begins my torment. Plan 8 from Lunar Lakes. I don't remember that one. It must be from the book club. Felching Mailman. I have a heater underneath my desk to combat the amount of moisture in the world. Perfect balance. Sweet. Felching Mailman. I'll take that moisture. How I learned to stop worrying and stop sleeping and stop showering. The Loneliest Yeti. And I was crafted in a lab by the Stasi, the big scoop. He's a wee bit peckish. He's a wee bit pecker. Pecker. Maybe he can use this if it's over here. Dude, get a cold one. Oh my god, is it gonna work?
It's such a shame I have no idea how to read. I bet these are real page turners.
It sucks that mini fridges just don't work in The Sims 3. You know? They don't work. I wish they did, but they don't. Sucks. See? They're just completely broken. You can't use them in The Sims. Unusable item. They don't work in real life either. I know. I know that for sure. They suck. Watch it work up here. Tim? Tim?
Out of the way, huh? Wada.
Is this one just glitched?
Oh, fat drawer, Hagley.
What? Okay. Whatever. Time to take a piss. Alright, bro, let's keep writing hood probe. It's gonna be a best smeller. Go Tim, go Tim. Nice. He's getting tired, he needs coffee. You know, to save him a little time, what if I put a coffee chair right here?
The only way it could be better would be if I personally rubbed my taint on every copy of the book.
There should be a mod for that too. I'm not going to write that one down, but that would be good. Start trashy novel. Let's see. Omegaverse, Sissy, Farnsworth, Futurama, Um, dot zip. I don't know. I was like, I don't know. Hentai seems too obvious. I can't just put hentai, right? His gay little sit. I'm gay. I can say that. It's fine. Play Blitzcock. I'm having a blast. I'm playing Blitzcock. All right, we got to move that mini fridge down here now. He's got a cold one, dude. Think you farted. I hear him fart every once in a while. He should bring the chamber pot closer, too. Why does it have to be up against the wall? It's stupid. It's a chamber pot, dude. It's a bucket you poop in. Much better. This looks like shit. That's great. Go poo poo. Poo poo. Haha. All right, keep writing about Farnsworth's sissy hypno or whatever. You want to raise a family. You want to knit a sweater. You want to take care of the babies. You want to provide dinner.
I tried smoking the chamber pot, and now my lungs are sore.
Yeah, that chamber green. Play Madden NFL about it, maybe. Oh, dude, I actually need coffee before I play more Madden. Need my gamer juice. Play Refuge. My lungs are sore. Fucking toilet broken, Tim. You're fucking broken, Tim. You don't care. He's now an amateur gamer within the nerd social group. Same. Repair tech. Keep writing. Yeah, make hot dogs in the oven or in the microwave. Gross. It's fucking nasty, dude. Spooky day is just a couple of days away. Yeah, he's not going to be participating, okay? He's on that grind set. Whatever, Ghost. No one cares. Alright, Omegaverse Sissy Farnsworth Futurama.zip. The latest and trashy literature from the author of Tim Skooper is bound to delight some, offend others, and place further doubt on the perpetuation of the trashy genre. Some have already compared the book to Wax Until There's No More, which is shocking to nobody. My nose feels better already. Start a nonfiction novel. Permanent, ancient, primal, capital, within my blood suffering. Oh, he needs banana cappuccino swirl. Then, play some SSX. That game's sick. Excuse me. Oh, he's got the banana costume. Haha, Lamau. Dude, classic wolf. Oh, he getting this one done quick. He writes like nonfiction. Fuck it up, Timmy. Get that bag. Every time I look back, he's writing a new novel. Yeah. Reminds me, I worked on some music today. This is so I get a really entertained moodlet and I can work really hard tomorrow. Or maybe later tonight. Yeah, you don't want to. I don't want to be making that sound. Oh, thanks for throwing those out. Thanks, man. You know what? Stop doing that.
Torgazy one? Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm going to take a shit now.
Kexi. Arch, arch.
March. Make the goopy carbonara, Tim. You know you wanna. Dude gags before he leaves. Feeling anxious about the stove. It's fine, dude. Don't worry about it. Oh, the fucking sank brank. Call the tech. Sure is wet over here. And yet he just keeps writing. Start humor novel. Tim Skooper. Haha. Bunny pooper. Create a vial of bliss. He wants to start doing alchemy, chat. It's really just like an extension of his coffee thing, you know? It's just drugs, really. It's drugs. Actually, he should, like, mop this up so he doesn't die, right? Get that money in, dude. You don't need to poop. I don't make you money. The ghost has haunted the futuristic toilet to get a taste of what it never could have. My God. He really wants to just finish reading the vampire blogs. Is really what he's been about this whole time. This whole time we've been having him do other things. You know how sometimes in life you got to do a bunch of other shit you don't want to do, and on your mind you got like a couple of things on your mind. You're just thinking about them. You're just thinking about them. There's just like, thinking about them. You're just thinking about them, and it's all you're thinking about, and it's always like in the background of what you're really thinking about, what you really care about, right? And what you really want to be doing, right? Maybe that's just me, but like fucking he wants to read the vampire blogs. That's been his thing this whole time. He just wants to read this book, and he just gets to chip away at a few pages when our guard's down. Essentially, it's really good. It's a good routine. But yeah, I'm really proud of his work ethic too. He's impressive. Politics in command, truly.
No time to think about beans. I've got to think about vampire something.
Vampire blogs. Which I guess is supposed to be like Twilight or something. I'm not sure. But the best writers, or the best writers are readers, you know? Best scoopers are poopers. Tim Scooper, haha, funny pooper. Answer your phone, Tim. This dude's been trying to call you for like days. Yeah, man, talk to him.
I'm going to prove them all wrong by being the best writer and worst reader.
Can't read for shit. But I can write for shit. A lot of shit. So much shit. His goopy carbonara. And after that, he'll have some ice cream. And after that, he'll drink light chai. And after that, he'll play The Sims. After that, he'll drink another coffee.
If you think the Stasi read anything they wrote down, I'm here to tell you you're dead wrong.
They were so busy writing it down, they never read any of it, dude. Dude, check it out. He's playing The Sims. He's playing it like it's chess. They want you to feel like, oh yeah, The Sims. You gotta think about it. This is the same animation as when his house got set on fire by chess. Or by a gnome. Chess. Alright, that's enough Sims. For him, I mean. Not for me. He's got a good ass routine. Tell you what. Proud of my boy.
My sim will live a full life with lots of family and friends. And vampires, though. Without that blog.
Yeah, the blog. Just like the blog. Wait, he started a new relationship? What are you talking about, Scoop de la Poop? Whoa. It's getting a little chunky. Okay. It was loading the possibility that he might have a connection with another person. I had to process that logic. It hadn't done so. Read something. Why not write something, actually, Tim? We often seek pleasure, but we must build our capital. Alright? Even if we aren't capitalist, we must have things. Alright? You must have something you can sell for your as your labor. You must drink coffee now. I too will drink some with you.
I want to write a book about how 2025 is going to be the year of Linux on the desktop and vampires.
Ooh, yeah. We'll do a fantasy book next. It'd be great. It would be great. It would be. If only. It's the year of Linux on the desktop whenever you want it to be. For yourself, is my opinion. Whenever you're ready for that. Skate time. Time to play some skate. He gets entertained so easily with this new laptop. It's always new to him.
I am Tim Skooper. I computer. Ha. Dean.
Neat. Wait, there was more to that. Hi, Synth. Send that through again, maybe? He's starting to go, stir crazy? Oh, a bachelor party. Yeah, let's go to a party. Yeah, Tim, let's go party. Actually, yeah, go party. Oh, you're wearing that. Okay. Tim Skooper doxed my nephew on Roblox crab game. Crab game.
My internet name is XX69 Silent Scooper 69XX.
That's badass. That's the coolest username. I want a username like that. Wish my username was that cool. Bachelor party. Bachelor party. Party time. Outfit. You good, Tim? Timmy. Oh. Oh, they're like, God, he stinks. All right, let's rant about being out of shape. Man, you might want to back up. He's about to pull out the fucking megaphone. Oh, soapbox, soapbox. Is this thing working? I'm out of shape, and I wish I was working out more, and I wish I was working out more. It makes my chest hurt when I work out.
Hi, I'm Tim, and I like to party. Party, party, party. I can't stop partying. I had my first kiss as the second tower fell on September 11th, 2001.
It's true. He's almost completed with his rant. He's gonna go home. Oh my god. Look at this little guy. This little cat. Hold on. Oh my god, baby. He's so small. Ah! Baby.
Oh,
dude.
Verchuni! Oh.
Dude, it's just a little guy. He's so small.
Noogle, Chertog, Narsa. Tico, Plu.
Baby. Oh, can't get there. Oh no. Oh, there you go.
And another thing, I'm tired of all these vampires coming over here taking our jobs.
Oh. What? Huh. Sneeve.
Okay, I gotta. So cute. It's so cute. Oh my god. I was just captivated, man. This is unreasonable. I know, right? I was like, there's no way they got that cat looking that cute, dude. No way, dude.
I will steal this cat.
Dude, I would too. Oh my god. Little baby. So, he's so small. Oh. I'm like tearing up a little bit. Oh my god. Self-cleaning toilet upgrade. That'd be cool.
Kids, it's Mickey Mouse. My marriage to Minnie is a sham, and she's been fucking goofy since the 1970s. And I'm not calling her silly.
I can't believe that took me that long to understand. Yeah, tinker with your computer. That'll make you money. Linux user. This is me, by the way. Tick-a-tack-tack-tack-tack. All right, Tim, make pancakes. Okay, you got the stuff. I gotta make coffee now, or you'll fall asleep. Burn the house down. Ghost is reading books. Oh, he hates the ghost. He didn't even get to make his coffee.
This GIMP program is all wrong. Where's the mask?
Where's the shape tool? Tinker computer, finger computer. Finger computer. Continue writing Tim Scooper, haha, funny pooper. Oh wait, actually, you gotta make coffee. Oh, the desk, son of a bitch. Oh my god. Dude. Dude, no way. Is there a Wicked Whims mod for this one? No. I wouldn't be able to stream that. That's like the sex one, right?
This is how I made my coffee frothy.
Coffee frothy. Lame? Well... How's that? Is that something? Is that anything? Dude, he's so stinky.
I'll show you frothy.
Learn more about alchemy. Take a shit and clean up the pineapple juice after. Alright, we're gonna need you full of coffee after that. Guy's back. Serve hot bevies. Continue writing. $447 from the book royalties. Hmm.
Yeah, that was epic.
Let's get Speedy Cleaner. And ditch the,
I want to write a book about the time my ghost stole my willy. Now I pee out my bum bum.
Willy bum bum, willy willy bum bum. Mystery novel. Dan mentioned. Mystery novel. Fupo. It's like Cujo. I guess that'd be a horror novel. Buy something worth at least $100. Consumerist game. We love it though. No, he's got a novel up right now. That, read about alchemy. Have a little fun. Jotaro Fupo. Is that his name? I was thinking like a dog, but like it's Cujo and it has a fupa. A fat upper pussy area. So they call it Fupo. I never read that book or saw the movie, so I don't know. Maybe that's something. I don't know. Maybe we'll see. You know, maybe the market will react well to Fupo. The Fupo wolf. It's not porn, though. Just to be clear. You hit your toilet with hammers. Yeah. Hit your toilet with hammers. Drink a bunch of fucking coffee and hit my whole toilet with hammers.
The real mystery is why the ladies find me so gosh darn attractive. I'm swatting them off me, very much like the time I died from flies.
You didn't die. It was a near-death experience. I thought he died. More hot bevies. More hot bevies. And have some spaghetti with vagina sauce. After you take a shit, don't wash your hands. I'm gonna need you to cook. Thank you. Very good. Then have some brain freeze a la mode. Oh, he's freaking stuffed. Have half calf, cafo. I don't know. Whatever the fuck that was. Continue writing Fupo. Ghost activity. He's haunting the... What is it? Food? He's haunting the leftovers. Leave that alone. Okay, I'll clean. Jesus. I get it. Yeah, clean this place up. Drink half-calf strawberry non-fat frothuccino with banana whipped cream. Sounding like a gremlin. That's why I don't like playing small characters in D&D. I'm not bare-knuckle boxing a damn wasp. Yeah. What? Oh, the ghost eats our food now. Cool. He's eating our soup. Well, shit. Keep writing Fupo. He's getting a little stressed. Goats is playing video games. I guess we'll just read. Violence. Slap the ghost. Oh, he went away. We have so much in common. I'd love to get to know you better. Okay. Oh, he needs coffee. Actually needs to play some computer games. Like, the Genie's Curse. What's this game supposed to be? Alright. Pretty cool.
This game fucking blows.
While he's playing it. While he's like engaged very actively. Oh, he's fiendishly delighted right now. Guess what? It's Fupo time. It's like a parental lock on his computer. Hey, so it's actually time to fire you. Sorry about that. Well, you don't need to be a dick about it, man. I no longer need your services. What, am I supposed to, like, dismiss them and not fire them? Doesn't that just get rid of them for the day? Throw an elixir... What? No, dude. Keep writing about Fupo. Looks like someone left you a gift. Check the mailbox to put it in the Sims inventory. Oh, no. He didn't shit in our mailbox, did he? Evil Mr. Gnome. I'm sure he's fine. I just noticed the autism speech force. Yeah. Yeah, I made these.
Gift says from Ted K. Oh, how nice.
Yeah, open that up. Open that up on live stream. Unboxing. Unboxing unopened Ted Kaczynski package. $51 for these very minuscule few chapters of Fupo. He's cooking. He's eating. He's drinking coffee. He's getting a phone call. Busy man. It was a crank call.
Unboxing Ted K's surprise box. Here I go. Ha! Got you guys. It's not.
But it was! Continue writing Fupo. Oh, he's got a shit bad. Now. Speaking of shitting, I need to pee. Which is kind of similar. Let's have him do the amateur gaming tournament while I go pee. Hopefully he does well.
Whoa.
Issuing correction on a previous post of mine regarding the terrorist Ted K. You do not, under any circumstances, gotta hand it to him. Thank you.
Yeah, because he hands it to you, typically. Right? I'm gonna go get another drink real quick. He's almost done with the competition. Woo!
Whoa. Triple a bog. Me.
It doesn't sound like he's doing particularly great.
Bog. Ugh.
Oh, he's suffering. Okay. I mixed some naked juice with some French vanilla coffee creamer. Some mango smoothie with French vanilla coffee creamer. Just a few splashes. Try it sometime. Sounds weird, I know. But it's good. It's got everything you need. Quick boost. But you gotta be prepared to do some shit after you drink that, okay? You can't just laze around and drink that, okay? It'll go straight to your parts and your heart. And just clog it up. No, don't freak out, Tim. Oh, wait, he won? He got runner-up. Okay, he got second place. That's not bad. Good job, Tim. Continue riding Fupo while I take this fat-ass vape rip. Wait. So we still haven't made. We fired that guy. No, bro. Dismiss. And then services. Rising Rider. Bring me some samples of your work. See what I can do. Sure. He's not gonna rip us off. Yeah. Our new agent. He won't rip us off and steal our book. Services.
Boy,
call for services.
There sure is a lot of cocaine out here.
She broke the sink. Yeah, that's coca. I'm so hungry, said Tim. More bevies. More. Then after your bevies, you need to go to the alchemy store. See what they have. Tim, what are you doing, bud? Tim? What? What the hell? Mother of God. All right, we're here. And not a moment too soon. They have a statue
Would
up
be
there.
a shame if I were to, for example, fall asleep on the ground with my ass in the air and my face dipped deep in this flurry of nose sugar.
Yeah, it sure would be. I'm tempted to do something dickish to this guy every single time for no reason.
Let's go!
The hell? Invigoration elixir. Inventing number 1. Another invigorating elixir. Yeah, we need many of these to stay awake. This place is pretty good vibes. Mix elixir. Yeah, make an elixir, Tim. Make something cool. A vial of bliss. Yeah. Yeah, let's get to it. Dude, check it out. Tim's making elixirs, dude. He loves it when witches make that big soup. I love it when scoops make that big soup. Amazing. And a little bit of this. Oh, he wasn't successful, and also he's sick now. He feels like shit. He really needs to vomit now. Hey dude, I stink and I really need to vomit. Would you like to play Flywheel with me? Flywheel later. Please, man, I need to throw up. Can we play Flywheel? Y'all got a bathroom in this piece? Ayo, where's it at? There's no place to vom. Alright, well, I guess Tim's gotta go home now. He's gonna throw up in the taxi. Okay, it's not. Get down the throw up ladder, Timmy. It's time. Use. It's time to use the toilet. Ah, he's doing the old Piss and vomit. You ready for it all to come back up, Tim? Oh, it's gonna be bad. Oh, dude. All of his stomach contents just came spewing out. That's fucked up. Yeah, long awake elixir. Drink it. Feel good. Continue riding Fubo. Excuse me. Oh, he gotta cook brekkie. Give him the shit. Cook breakfast. Flex your muscles, crack the eggs. Resist temptation. Be full. Eat food. Half calf, non-half decaf cinnamon. What the hell? This dude's gonna love Fubo when we hand it to him and he runs off with it and publishes it for himself. Tim will not have made backups or copyright it or anything. Go with it, bro. That's Zoe. Hot bevies, hot bevies. He's now cool with the uncool within the nerd social group, yeah. Nose powder scooper. He wants to complain about video games. Why? Don't do that. Dude, we need a mod that makes Tim Scooper, like, let him be a streamer. Streamer mod. I'm gonna write that down. That'd be really good. Oh, his computer borked. Dang it.
Egg roll. Wabba.
Wabba. Let's make dinner. Let's make stew surprise. Dude, Tim's making stew surprise. It's even spelled like that. Like stew, like Stuart Little, like he's cooking Stuart Little. Or Stuart Little cooked himself in a soup, and Tim Scooper just found him and didn't realize he was eating Tim Scooper. Or,
the moment may concern.
Stuart Little.
There are not enough vampires in your FIFA 96 video games. Don't make me come over there.
He would like that. He wants more vampire bloggers. He thinks that shit's so cool. Vampires having blogs, sharing their experiences online. That shit is such a novel concept to him. He thinks that's neat. Straight up freaking neat, dude. Alright, dude, we gotta finish Fupo. Winter Festival, Fupo. It's a bestseller. It's a bestseller. It's a bestseller. Yeah. Now, what did this guy want? Hold on. I'm Sandy French. I'm on the lookout for new writers in town. I heard you're quite good. It's a shame that such a talented writer should be languishing in obscurity. I think I could make you famous. Bring me some samples of your work and I'll see what I can do. So just like some of my books that I've written? Like, I domineer with my aura? No, wait. Permanent Ancient Primal.
Talented.
Yeah, you are. You're so talented. How I learned to stop worrying, to stop sleeping, to stop showering. Felching mailman. Thus begins my torment. I think we'll wait to get our copy of that book we just wrote. And then we'll send that one in because it's a bestseller. And it doesn't look like it's going to expire or anything, so. How do you sit down and refine writing skill? Do you just like look up punctuation and find cliches and... I'm sure there's something like that. The bellies! Start a trashy novel. The Perfect Accident. I was crammed in a tube. He really wants you to know he was lab grown. The lab grown skooper. Hey, mailman. Perfect. Get mail time. Yay. Oh, deliver the book. I guess we're doing that now. Directly, by hand. Go. It's gonna let it load.
Oh.
Deliver book. Yep. Just walk over there, Tim. Just gotta walk over there. Just gotta talk to her. I know it's a lady. the new author. Run away. No, don't. God damn it, Tim. No. It's fine. Come here. She's not gonna hurt you, Tim. Hey, man.
Stewie! Taxi book! Hobo!
Dude.
Taxi block!
Tim.
They are playing my song.
He loves this fucking jam. Dude. Friendly introduction. Call over. Dude, whatever. Okay, go home. About to piss himself. Stupid. He's so bad at existing, yeah. I'm getting like legitimately mad at him. I'm like, dude. He's about to piss himself, dude. Get to the chamber pot, man. Dude, not a moment too soon. I guess he still had a little bit of time, but... Make goopy carbonara. Dude, that guy had is having another bachelor party? No, dude, I'm not going to a second bachelor party. Calm down. I got shit to do. Hot bevies, hot bevies.
Fine, Tim. Go back to your fucking cave, you clown of a human.
Apparently. Alright, let's try it again. You're kidding me. What, does he need to, like, freak out? That's nice, Tim.
Hobo! Topsy block! Oh. Tarzan John. Die.
Dude. I'm gonna, like, save the game and reload it. Cause what the heck? What the hell? My Timmy. Timmy acting a little silly. Where's my slideshow of Tim Scooper? Oh, I moved it over here. Timmy. Yeah, let's reload the game real quick. I am not finished playing this. I love The Sims 3. I love The Sims, but like Sims 3. Mwah. Fucking perfect. Hold on, let me look up a couple of things real quick. Yeah. I'm up to some devilish shit. I'm up to some devilish shit. Adding custom music. They must be MP3 files. Okay. These are wonderful. Yeah. They're really good. All right, let me convert these to MP3. Wait, I was looking at instructions for The Sims 1. No, it's still the same. Okay. I'm also getting a mod. Let me look at some like more espresso machines. I want more variety for him. I know like Sims coffee is like ultimate variety, but okay, I see. There's like some more coffee things in the game that I wasn't seeing. All right, it's done converting. Wow, that's fast. Okay. Waiting for one download to finish. Ultimate Careers mod. What is in here? I don't know what that is. Assassination career? Interesting. An unemployed career. That's not a career. Mobster. I'll have to look into these. That's pretty cool. A mobster, you know? Could be a mobster. Like, hey, yo. Whack 'em. You know what I mean? You got whacked. You got whacked. We're not abusing anybody back here, you know. We just pranked you. You got whacked. It's a very worrisome prank show on YouTube called You Got Whacked. I think they made like 2 or 3 episodes of it. And they just do really, like, really scary shit to people. They put people in fucking situations, making them think, like, they're dealing with the fucking mafia all of a sudden. Or, like, somebody's, like, abusing their wife. And it's so not funny. And it's so in poor taste that it is funny. It was done a long time ago, and it's just, like, the tone of it, it's not very self-aware that they don't realize that this is, like, this would scare the fuck out of somebody. Like, thinking they were loading a dead body into the back of fucking, like, a limo as a prank. And they're like, haha, you got whacked. We were just playing with you as cameras. And they're like, oh my God. Oh, they, like, everyone's, like, freaked out. It's called You Got Whacked. And it's real. And I don't know, I think about that sometimes. And I remember finding that and being like, wow, this is so not funny that it's hilarious. Wild stuff. This is a very slow download. But that's okay. It's almost done. It's going to be something for your mind, your body, and your ass. It's loading. It's going slowly. Is it like stuck now? What the hell? All right, now it's done. I'd had to pause it and unpause it, I guess. All right. I'm not installing the mobster thing yet. Don't worry. I don't even know if I'd use it on him. Maybe some other sim. But that one is installed. So I think we are good to boot it up again. Tim Skooper. Oh! The big crack. Horse thoughts. Boy's house. Na na na. Na na na. La 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 la. Automating plumb bots. Do you think we could have Tim Skooper like make a robot for himself, like a servo? That seems like the next step after having a butler is automating a butler. Find the bracelet. Boom. Find the bird tree. Boom. Find the water dish. I don't know. That. Boom. Find the Wom rat. Boom. Bird toy. Boom. Yellow naped Amazon. You? I feel the humidity. Turtle food? Deliver book. Come on, man. Yeah. She was just stuck. Yo, your hair's crazy. What the fuck? This book shows a lot of promise. I'll be sure to mention you around town. Don't be surprised if people start to take notice. Tim has earned 1,000 celebrity points and $7,000. Oh my god. $7,000. We gotta go home. We got things to plan. Big pimpin', big pimpin'. Big pimpin', big pimpin'. Keep pimpin', keep pimpin'. What the fuck was that? What? What name do you want to give this, evil Mr. Gnome? Dr. Phil. Get that soy latte in you, boy.
I'm waist deep in this white substance. I'm cold. My hole is freezing.
The most numb man. He's so numb. Make that toilet self-cleaning, boy. Really sounds like clapping. His asshole is so numb because of all the cocaine he just waddled through. Cook veggie rolls. That was really quick. Good job, Tim. Says bachelor parties coming up, bro. It's like 1 in the morning, bro. We're writing. I was crammed in a tube. It's like a book. I was crammed in a tube. This book is fire. Yo, Dr. Phil walked in here. That's the name of the gnome, you see. Upgrade that toilet. Serve some hot beverages. We might be getting haunted with a poltergeist, but that's okay. Just focus. Stay calm. Don't worry that your coffee's haunted. Everything's fine. Keep up that grind. I was crammed in a tube. Hammering my toilet for approximately 3 hours before drinking another caramel latte. Yeah, make a grilled cheese. Yeah, I'll go to your party. After I shit. Oh, he had a hard time with that one. It seems he had difficulty. He's hammering my toilet before I go to my friend's bachelor party. Drinking a bunch of coffee before I go, too. Make sure I'm nice and hyper. And it's also like cleaning up. Gets rid of all these moldy cups. I just slurp it all up. Yum, yum, yum. You know what time it is. What's this guy doing? Help build igloo. Yeah, that's actually sick as shit. Dude, it's cool. This is actually it's actually cool. Yeah, go inside and relax, Tim. This is something he would do at a party. He would build an igloo and just go inside of it. Saw a wild horse for the first time. I guess that's true. There's a pilgrim, too. Alright, Tim, go over here. It's time to let your feelings be known. Rant about politics. Dude, that soapbox doesn't do anything with the snow, hardly. Politics. Can you believe him? Whoa, horse! This is his friend's bachelor party, by the way, just reminding you. What the fuck is Tim doing?
He's making some good points. He's making some good points. You know, he's making some good points. He's making some good points. He's making some really good points. I can't even whip my dick out on the floor and start pissing because of woke. I can't even stick my dick in between two big books and squish it anymore. I can't charge into people at Walmart like a quarterback no more because of what? Alright, Tim, you've let your feelings be known. Give gift. We could give him the megaphone. Give him a copy of one of our books. Give him... We don't have any of them on us, do we? When did we get a game console? Why do we have that? What? Give him the toy car like he's 3. Like he's a 3-year-old. Or he's gonna run away? Tim can't handle it anymore. Okay. The pressure was too great. He's got a dip. His coffee waiting for him every time. So good. He still really hasn't slept this whole time, man. It's crazy. I was crammed in a tube. It's almost done. Hello? Tim? Sams? Hello? What? Oh, okay. He had to process all of his flame patterns. He looks so dismayed. It's processing how cool he is. I wonder if it's like, it's processing the upcoming week because it's Saturday or something. I don't know. That probably doesn't make any sense. Tim. Tim. Yay. He wants to start writing a book? That's an easy goal. Start a fiction novel. The Bible. I'm just kidding. Reddit, book, please kill me ASAP. Alright, he got his little achievo. Make a little waffle action. Read, man, read. It's good for you. I mean, drink coffee, then read. Yeah, that's even better.
Tribiculing abad. Hey.
Yeah?
He's almost completely read up on alchemy. Then we could put an alchemy station in here, and then he can vomit all the time as he fucks up potion after potion. Agnes Crumplebottom, invite him to a party? No, I'm not doing that. Oh, full moon, full moon. Continue writing. Please kill me ASAP. Play computer games. Play skate. Having goddamn devious amounts of fun. Oh, he's got to poop. Why is the toilet so wet? Oh, it's clogged. He's using a clogged toilet? Oh no, Stinky. Oh no. Don't die. Oh no. He almost died again from Stinky. Alright, dude. We gotta work on this now. Services. Call for services. We just had another near-death experience. We're getting a fucking butler. Call the repair technician. Drink a coffee. And get out of the house. Friendly introduction. Introduce yourself. Yeah, yeah, I stink. Okay? It's gonna be happening a lot. So get used to it. Right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your service. Good answer phone. That's just some BS. Please don't tell me our butler is gonna be like attacked by zombies. Please do not be made a meal, dude. Holy fuck, zombies are annoying. So she lives here. That's cool. Asked to cook. Now he can be a man baby.
Was du Kiefersäun? Wang de Seilei? Yonder. Beto Garnish. Fin Platz Tukalisi. Bantrin.
I'm just kidding. She's getting paid $1,250 a week. He is nothing like a man-child. He is paying her for this. That's every week, bro. Damn, she hooking it all up. I'm gonna save again in case he dies from flies right before our eyes. Ba 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 ba. Saving, 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 saving. Spinning around and around and around and spinning around and spinning around. So she's cooking. Don't check the stove. She's cooking. It's fine. What's Stinky over here? It's him. Okay. It's just him. Read about alchemy. Eat. Serve hot beverages. Serve hot beverages. Don't freak out. Don't freak out. Continue working on the toilet. Bang it with hammers. Bang, bang it, bang, bang the toilet with hammers. Right in front of Dr. Phil. Evil Dr. Phil. Self-cleaning toilet. Good shit. Literally. Next, tinker with the laptop a little bit. Once the ghost goes away. Actually, violence and aggression. Knockout kick. We're gonna deal with this ghostly guest once and for all. Nice. Beautiful. Wait, what? We have so much in common. I'd love to get you know you better. I don't think that mod works. They seem to like fall in love with you whenever you drop kick them or like try to kill them. And then it says they're enemies? What? Wait. Jump. There could have been an opportunity. So can she go in here when she needs to? I guess we'll just see. Free book from a ghost. Sweet. She still goes up the ladder.
Oh. Arch, arch.
Maybe she can't use that bed because she's not a vampire. No, Tim. Get out of there. Damn, he just earned $2,000 in book royalties. You know what? Let's get him that little alchemy thing. Let's make some potions. Alistair's antique and alchemy cabinet. Oh, it's a big alchemy cabinet. Do we need that? Pistol. Nice. Yeah, let's buy the gat. For protection. Old school DJ booth. Science Research Station. No. Aha. The alchemy station. Let's move the urns over there. Toilet paper goes by the toilet. Hey, will you get up, please? Ask for advice. That's it? Understood. Oh, he's writing this one fast. Does she also just keep drinking coffee because she can't get to that bed in there? Set as butler, Jamie's bed. There we go. She gonna go to sleep in there? No. Now she is.
Taylor.
Very good, Tim. Very good. All right. Yeah. Research alchemy. You learn Flask of Sleep. Now he wants to create 10 elixirs. Well, let's mix one. Let's do Vial of Bliss. And after this, we need to take a vile piss. Very good. Drink that. Yummy. Dude became his own glitter bong water salesman. Yeah. Can he get a better coffee machine now? But that is like the best one, isn't it? Uh-huh. Energy 4, energy 4. Fun plus advanced technology. Interesting. I do want to kind of try that out. I don't know if we really have space for it. We get new counters as we get new stuff, you know? Miscellaneous appliances. The vending machine that kills you. Order a synthesized drink.
Optimigim. Bazo.
He's gonna like throw up from it for sure. Turquoise tumble. Okay. Oh wait, his hunger goes up from drinking. It went really well. Cool. And he's like, hey, I had a nice drink. How can I make it so like Tim Skooper can't open the store, but the butler can? She good? Tim got rich off of books, went crazy, bought a Glock, started making potions and banging on his appliances with hammers. Wake up with megaphone? No. Yay. He upgraded stuff. He's gonna fucking spoil his appetite right now. Fucker. Just seeing him wash the dishes from the food he just made right in front of her. Great. Key lime pie. He gotta go boom boom now. Now. Or free pee pee. Tinker with the computer. Wait, you got a phone call. It could be an opportunity. Aw, dude, they don't like him no more for some reason. Alright, keep writing. Drink a swirl.
Vapo. Kaz vipindu. Huh, blubble.
Hey, look, there's a person over here.
Obsco hablaba.
For some reason.
Struggling.
Oh, they're paparazzi. Okay. Make vial of bliss. Ah, damn it. He couldn't create the vial of bliss. He's also gonna puke soon from this.
Narvadorf.
Calling me a dork. Oh, dude, it's gonna be in all the mags. They're gonna know me as Pukey Tim. Oh no, they're gonna know me as Pukey Tim.
Zabonechi. Tubaguva.
He said Zappanechi. That's paparazzi for sure. That's what that has to mean. Really loud introduction.
Clenched toes and Ooh.
He thought that shit was funny. Special workaholic asked about his career.
Kawazig.
After you're done with your bullshit, I guess?
Yeah,
Yeah, he's a paparazzi. Yeah, duh. Wake up. You need to cook. Please cook. Thank you. He's got to up his nerd cred. Novice tournament. Yeah, while my butler makes me French toast. No big deal. He did not place in the novice tournament, damn it. It's okay, Tim. You'll get over it. Just play more FIFA. You don't need a shower. Just play more FIFA. Keep calm and FIFA on. Tinker with the computer. He's almost done learning a tinker skill. He's installing Emacs. start a sports book. The 10-yard run away from women as fast as I can always. Oh, we got a phone call. Phone call. The greatest food ever. Prepare a great group meal and bring it to Leopoldo's stump before time runs out. No? I don't do that thing. I don't do that sort of thing. All right, let's get him beveraged. What was that? Huh? Writing skill to level 10. People have no doubt wept from telling the dramas written by Tim. Readers have no doubt laughed until their stomachs hurt, and it can be definitely said that the most vivid tales are created by none other than Tim. Enjoy the royalties that are well deserved. Check out the writing journal for skill challenges to refine Tim's writing skills further. Nice. Good job, Tim. You have made less than $10,000. He floating. Where's the alchemical store? Why'd they drop him off here? He wanted to go over here. What? They dropped him off because he's stinky. Alright, we need ingredients. Puts on his helmet before he goes in. Nice. Yeah, sell him your book. I was crammed in a tube. Get that for later. All right. He did it. He's gonna go back home. I really need to pee again. So, watch him go. I'll be right back.
Sabi matanzu.
Money hard. Oh.
What the?
It didn't follow him, did it? Nah. I didn't. It's okay. Get away from that thing, Tim. You know what you're doing with it. You don't know what you're doing, Tim. Keep on writing, boy. Wake back up. Need you to cook. Din din. Hey, the gnome's in there. Oh, hey, I need you to wake up. Actually, never mind. I'm just gonna eat canned soup, I guess. Never mind. Just go back to bed. Mix elixir. Any food ingredient. Vial of bliss. Interesting. Yay, he did it. Drink it. No, not that one. And then the invigorating one. Yummy, yummy. And continue writing. Hey, he got a good deal at the store. Hell yeah. Up, spooky poop music. Whoa, what was that? Wow, he just got a bunch of his stuff fulfilled at the same time. Wow. That was another bestseller. 10-yard run away from women as fast as I can. Wow. Sports book. Mega popular author, 5 total bestsellers. Amazing. Fantastic, Tim. Excuse me. Oof. Toilet trouble? Replace self-cleaning with unbreakable. That would be cool. He's just reading a little book. Research alchemy. Good shit. Zombification recipe? Okay. Level 6. Create an it has a chance to create an extra elixir on each mix attempt. Cool.
Oh.
No.
Oh, the poodle, son. Oh.
What's he doing? He just learned how to make procreation elixir. Smiles. And make another vial of bliss. Oh, sweet. He got 2 bliss elixirs. Now make your laptop unbreakable. He wrote a bestseller. He can take a break and make his laptop unbreakable. Is that another paparazzi? Oh, the consignment store sold my stuff. Sweet. Oh no, it broke. Unclog it, dude. Good shit. Now replace self-cleaning with unbreakable. But real quick, drink some coffee without washing your hands. Don't wash your hands. Answer your phone too. Write a biography about Simus Bachelor on your computer. Okay. We're doing that now. After I freak out. Start biography of Simus Bachelor. This fake ass dude I know. Start talking shit. Did she make food? She never made food. Hey, what do I pay you for?
Non-sorn.
You made me a hot dog. Sweet. Hell yeah. Hippy typey.
Agabitsini.
Now, Tim, why would you want to go and tinker with a microwave? I don't know if I get that. He's so impressive. Yeah, more coffee yet. We should get that vending machine back at some point. Hey-oo. What's up, Ducky? It's Friday, so I'm streaming the hell out of it. He's still over here. He's learning how to make potions. Yeah, I haven't been sleeping too well recently either. I took a nap today. Before stream. Watched Sam for a while. Before I actually hopped in stream with him. I played Hobo Tough Life for a while. Yeah, we'll talk to this guy. We're writing a biography about him. He got commissioned to write his friend's biography. Okay, I'm the first. You had me at the first half, and I was like, oh boy, what did you just send? Your room. You deep cleaned your room. Nice. It went to a second line. You see, it's like, I don't know. What did they deep clean? Doing a cleanse.
Arto.
That's good though.
Oh.
I'm proud of you. Always feels good. All right, we got Tim in good steads. Let's have him do a little amateur gamer tournament. I can just sleep torture her from the other room. Alright, he didn't win the tournament, but we can still ask her to cook food for us. Yeah, Tim 3.0. He's almost died twice.
Oh. The Hobo
Now he has a butler.
Devni paju to Pavlagan nervi zobdu.
Yeah, he had 2 near-death experiences because he was too stinky. He was stinky inside of a filthy environment, and he almost got like choked to death by flies or something. Like they swarmed him. It was bad. Didn't I just ask her to cook? Please cook for me. Death by flies is crazy. Yeah, it's bad. I wouldn't want to live anywhere near this guy. This house should be condemned. Quit trying to shower, Tim. I'm gonna sell the shower. Keep trying to get it. I'm gonna sell the sarcophagus. You can't use it if you're not a vampire. Found out. Now we have $10,000. Oh, she burnt his food. Damn. So sad. Yay. He did the biography. No cleanliness for Tim. Well, some, so he doesn't die. I guess. Wait, he's exhausted. Write 15 novels. Yeah. Learned a recipe for large and in charge. Yeah, he's learning how witches make that big soup, as Young Thug said. Perma-stink. Yeah, he is rancid. He needs to just be put down, honestly. The jar of potent friendship. What is that supposed to mean? Vampiric sunscreen. He's learning the most useless potions.
The baklaha.
Cook for me.
Ippy talaha. Evade.
Why is he being weird? The foreboding moon. Why is she not cooking for him?
Tog.
I know I sound very needy, but that's him, not me. Please cook food for me.
Radashi. Non-thorn.
Very good. Hamburger. Thank you. Tim's tapping at his laptop with a screwdriver like, I will have to shit in 2 hours. Or peace. She keeps burning his food. It's kind of funny. Some sort of strange zombie battle happening up above. Yeah, he just upgraded his computer. Start a... Where's his, like, challenges? Lifetime rewards. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, we don't have this one anymore because he died. Zombie apocalypse happening? Yeah, every once in a while. It's like a semi-apocalypse. Yep, it's like an epidemic of some sort. I don't know what a transient, you know, episodic epidemic. Personal hygiene concerns and frequent bathing rarely troubled the dirt defiant. Yeah. Let's get this one. Specialist writers must pen at least 5 novels in a specific genre to be known as a specialist for the genre. Okay. Most experienced genre is trashy. Writing trashy. Shit City. Hey, they want trashy, they get trashy. The ghost is my enemy. The ghosts! Lots of them. This place is crazy. Stay on that grind, Tim. Oh, he's getting stressed. Go play with the alchemy set for a while. Who's this person?
Yeah, flip. Blitzel, go.
Ah! Bro, I'm gonna be real, man. I didn't expect a fucking horse to be out there in the void. And it scared me. Alright, it did. Okay, it did. I won't lie to you. It scared me. I got scared by the horse in the void. Peter. The horse is here. Dude, the horse is stuck. Sam told me this would happen. Sam told me this would happen to me. Peter, the horse is here in the fucking void. Sam was like, yeah, sometimes horses will appear and just get stuck in your lot. Why is he there? Because they're supposed to like spawn randomly, but I think they spawn a little too randomly. So instead of spawning on Tim Scooper's lawn up here, they spawned here in their fucking void. Bro, why is there so many fucking people here? Don't shoo me to the next room. What are you talking about? This is my house. Shoo. Get the fuck out. Get up. Freak. Peter. I'm just gonna have a horse in my walls. Until it dies, I guess. Shoo, you stink. Also smells incredibly bad. Yeah. Well, it's his house. He can stink here. I guess. I mean, it's still... I think he does this a little bit too much.
Shamo, Donsky, huh?
I'd like to stick around, but I need to go home and take care of a few things. Wait, was that like a date? What the fuck are you talking about, man? I didn't ask for any of that. Hey, I need you to cook for me. Uh-oh, she's stinky too. What are you gonna do? Keep writing Shit City. Wait, what? Tim? Peter. Wait, why is Dr. Phil face down in the lawn? Whatever. Collect the meteorites that have landed on your property. I feel like that's like a courtesy, I guess. Answer your phone, Timmy. Add a little drama. Write a drama novel to earn some money and improve your relationship with Simmons Batcher. He has a soft spot for well-written drama. Okay.
Taxi.
You know what? Scrap shit shitty. And eat some food and take a shit.
Or that.
He just fucking pissed himself. God damn it. Dude, it's all going haywire fast. Oh, he's getting sick. Oh man, you should definitely cook food for us again. That'd be cool. Man, paparazzi, you just missed it. I just pissed all over the floor. Is Tim writing a book? Yeah. It's a drama. It's gonna be called... It's gonna be called floating housewives and invisible cheating husbands. Yeah, he's writing a book, but this guy seems to think it's a damn documentary. How many photos he's taken of Tim. He's got some paparazzi showing up at the crib. It's Kanye West time, dude. It's like 5 in the morning. I'm just kidding, 7 p.m., but like... for Tim. You know. Yeah, I need you to cook again. Dude, honestly, if I was a paparazzi, I'd go to this fucking guy's house too. What are you talking about? Didn't get that far in the thinking process. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, he's like a gamer now, by the way, if you didn't know. Check this out. Tournaments. Amateur tournament. She made him a burger. What if Tim just walks away mid-tournament to have a burger? He's sick. No, you're not going on a date, Tim. Drink your floor coffee and do more gaming. Gaming is a skill. Alright. And he will play Madden competitively at multiplayer? Ada. The horse is here. Dude, he has 3 high school diplomas. They're all framed on his walls. Wow, he got 3rd place and 50 simoleons in prize money. Wow, gamer. Gamer. Gamer alert. Have a coffee. As is tradition, while the horse dies in your walls. and continue penning this masterful novel. It's one hungry horse. He needs to improve his alchemy skill, so we're gonna do some. We're gonna read some Elder Scrolls. Well, this is like a mobile ad.
Da, oh swindiga. Ja, Sklarsboggle. Da.
She brushes her teeth all day because we took away the shower. So this is the only way she can feel clean. He's getting a lot of money for this one. Oh, he got his royalties too. Sweet. He wants to become a business partner. Cook, please.
Pasta Z. Was du Kiebeson? Wang Zaira? Yonder.
Jar of friendship. So strange. Yes, the invigorating elixir. Yes. And then eat apple pancakes. Mmm, delicious. And serve hot beverages. Idea. That was the idea. Get rid of her bed. She'll make coffee all the time, right? Because she can't sleep.
Dweeple hog.
I mean, I know she said we needed to provide a bed, but... But do we really? Alright, try making some more potions. Make a cure elixir. Is he gonna do it? Yay, he made 2 of them. So did they cure his cold? Magical afflictions vanish. Damn it. We can sell them. Let's wait and sell them at the consignment store though. This poor horse. He's so good at what he do. Come on, Tim. Final stretch. She fell out. Travel, real estate. Check real estate. Wow. Tim Skooper just became friends with a celebrity, Simus Bachelor. Making a new friend is always memorable, but making a celebrity friend is something to brag about. Wow. Wow, that got us a lot of... Oh, that was his lifetime wish. He's a professional author. How the hell is the horse still alive? I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. Strong stomach. Let's get... I think by now he should be immune to his own stink, making him sick. So let's get that. Steel bladder? No bills ever? Oh man. Where's the get the horse out of my walls? Lifetime reward. Fast learner is a classic. Acclaimed author, though. Big money. Yeah. Big money. Start. Start another trashy novel. Butt rock. He's like, get out, I need to pee. Or poop. I gotta pee out my butt. I'm Tim Skooper. Nasty little thing. Research alchemy. That's fun. That's fun for him. He has fun doing this? Yes. He having a little jam sandwich. That's cool. Create 15 elixirs. Okay. Let's make... What can... Oh, wow. A lot of stuff. Flask of angry bees. That's good. I guess we don't know. We still don't know the one for like faster learning. And knowledge is power. He's freaking out. Probably because there's a horse in his walls. The invigoration elixir. He feels great. He should go to the consignment store. Even though it's a crazy storm. Time is money, friend. What's up? I'm a celebrity. I'm here to buy consignment store items. Man, I love that username. Nature barge. I keep seeing bots with really funny usernames. Chew, I'm sure you'd freak out if there was a horse in your walls. Yeah, I would. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, I'd freak out a little bit. Kind of a lot. Skill booster, yeah. Take a sip and settle down for a rest to gain a quick skill boost. What if we never settle down for a rest? I'm still gonna drink it. We're still gonna find out. And then we have some gems we need to cut, right? Cut a stack of gems. Yeah, the emeralds. Emerald cut, I guess. Wow. Crunch. What is this Morrowind looking thing? Dwarven. That's cool. The thingamajig. The thingy. Smoky quartz. Make that emerald cut. Yay. Drink this, drink this. I guess they do need to be dust. For it to... okay. Either way. Tim Skooper has an exciting tingle in the brain as if some incredible discovery is almost within reach. Take a nap and see what epiphanies await. Okay. Research alchemy. Enlightened. Next time Tim sleeps, who knows what epiphany might occur. Who knows if Tim will ever sleep. Buy items. More of these. We always need more invigoration. Another vial of enlightenment, sure. become the fairy you always wanted to be. I already am. What about now? Same items. Is that cat still here? Oh, baby. Oh yeah, Ducky, did you see this cat? I mean, the guy needs to move. There we go. Look at it. Tiny. Baby. I don't know what's up with this weird shiny guy, but the cat's really cute. That's what I'm trying to show you. It's so tiny. It's damp. It's a wet pussy. Yeah. Wet pussy went, you know, hiding behind a bunch of bush, you know. Oh, why'd I say that? The word around town is that Tim Skooper is getting a lot of positive looks from his recent activities. People seem to be whispering Tim's name. Keep up the good work. Tim is now a notable figure. Okay. Mix Elixir. Is this place just open 24/7? A vial of bliss. Drink it. Good, Tim. Mix Elixir. Vial of bliss. Infinite bliss. Dopamine, dopamine, dopamine. He loves it. He loves making that big soup. I love it when witches make that big soup. Infinite bliss. For sure. The procreation elixir. It will. No, we don't need that. He's a freelance guy. All right, Tim, you gotta go. Yo, is Sam here? Well, clearly he's here. He's in this jar. That's dope. Okay. Tim gets in your taxi. I genuinely think The Sims are probably like some of the best games ever made. Yet they feel so limited still, but also you can do so much that it's just like so exciting when I don't know. It's exciting. What'd you call me? Weevu?
I'm not really a weeaboo. Sims is amazing. It's a collection coming out. Yeah. Yeah. I don't really pay attention to EA news. I just acquire their games. Yeah, I can't keep track of that stuff nowadays. I kind of just hear it when I hear it, or people tell me about stuff, and I'm like, oh, okay. Oh, Tim burnt his food bad. All right, cook for me, please.
Our tub.
He's too hungry. Tim, this is your agent, so we both know you're gorgeous. I mean, why else would you be so popular? But listen, to keep up that image, you gotta hit the gym. Go work out for a bit. Get celebrity points. Yeah.
Victim?
Duh. Like, obviously. Oh, she's making some nice pancakes. Some crazy exotic things. What's that called? That cherimola bland grapes pancakes. Okay. That's cool. All right, Tim's got to go work out, I guess. Mix elixir. Invigoration. Make that big soup. Make that soup, boy. Making a devious pot of ramen right now. This gumbo's gonna kill Grandma. Oh, he fucked it up bad. Try it again. Making that ghoulish gumbo.
Arto.
Dude, he's gotta go doo-doo right now. She's angry about that. His toilet broke again. Unclog. Good job. Make it unbreakable. Wow, this guy works on his toilet with a hammer. Ah, hey, the horse is gone. I just noticed. Cool.
Ugh. Kixie. Ugh.
He's getting cool celebrity points. Speaking of celebrity points, weren't we going to... And she's really tired. Let's buy her a bed.
Okay, so we can't assign that to anybody if that's not like a real bed. Okay. Alright, he's got to go work out. I think the best time to work out is whenever, right after you eat a bunch of food. So he's gonna eat here. He's getting a phone call. And he has to get out of the taxi to do this. Yeah, buddy, I'll chat for a bit. Actually, how about he jog to the burger place? Yeah, go. Yeah, go get it. Wait, he doesn't have his helmet on. Yeah, me too, dude. Yeah, put your helmet on. Looking good, bud. Alright. It's workout time. Get it, Tim. I don't know if this counts as working out. He freaked out. What's he freaking out about, dude? Just chill. What's going on over here? Freaks. Tim likes to erupt to the music. Where does he keep running away from? Get over here.
Crimson doors up.
Yeah?
I love LA.
I love LA.
Rise to sunshine, step outside.
Look at him go. It's so weird to hear a song in English. In The Sims. I didn't put that in there. Like, that is just part of the custom music.
Wow.
We know.
So anyways, what's up with your career? Now I just yelled at you with a megaphone.
Urfna.
Dazed. Barna. Dazed.
Bowjam.
Sam.
Dazo.
Benabi.
No shower, Tim. It's okay. Answer the phone. It was a spam call. Go down here to the kitchen. Make yourself a green salad. Eat that whole thing. Make an espresso. Eat that. Drink that. Then you gotta go pump. Pump iron. Actually, you can go pump to this. No, the horse disappeared. Like, we were just like, we went away for a bit, we came back, no horse. That's me in about 30 minutes. Yeah, we earned celebrity points. Time for him to take a shit and go back home. He broke the toilet. He fucking clogged it. He clogged the toilet and left. King. You know, for a butler, she sure doesn't get my mail for me. By the way. And before you're like, wow, very bougie coming from you. What was it? $1,700 a week? $1,700 a week? And lives in my house? I mean, that's kind of like a... That kind of sucks for her, but like, you know. We got something from the Vaughn Institute for being a cool guy. As hereby recognizes Tim Skooper as having exceptional and notable skills in the area of journalism and or of creative writing. Drink that stay awake juice and make some more elixirs. More. Produce more. Yeah, I named that biography this fake ass dude I know. Celebrity points. Become friends with Ethan Bunch. Hey Tim, this is your agent. Listen, I know you're awesome. You know you're awesome, but let's face it, you could be even more awesome. There's a celebrity named Ethan Bunch that I think you should meet. Knowing the right people is the key to staying famous, am I right? Call. Chat. I don't know who that is. Guess I just gotta go find him. After I eat some ice cream, I guess. Yum, yum, yum. We should probably also, like, write books. Continue writing butt rock. Yeah, that horse just disappeared after I left and came back. Beautiful. Just killing it. The best coffee is elixirs. Bada bing, bada boom, that's a book. He has a lot of books. Read about gardening, why not? Actually, make some elixir. Yeah, more stay awake juice. I think he's making meth, is what's happening. Boom, now that was a disaster. Tim Skooper
made an epic mistake while mixing elixirs and failed to create the invigorating elixir. Tim just became toadified. He will always remember how it felt to suddenly have green skin, giant bulging eyes, and an intense hankering for flies. Hopefully a kiss will soon turn him into a true prince, or at least back into his regular self. This is bullshit. What the fuck? Excuse me? This just in, Tim Skooper has become a toad. He has more than just green skin now. Be a toad. Start horror novel. The or is it just the metamorphosis? He didn't turn himself into a frog. This was an accident. Thumbnail. Dude, the paparazzi are here. Yeah? Can I up the brightness a little bit of this game? No. Okay. I could do that in OBS. He's taking notes. Yeah, I don't blame him. I really don't. I don't want to like blow it out too much though. Yeah, he's like frog mode. I don't know, I like it looking a little pale, almost like The Sims 2. So that's like low contrast. Now we can bring up the gamma. There we go. I feel like that's better. To my eyes. Huh. Turns out being a toad is actually far easier than popular opinion would have you believe. All Tim needs is a nice swarm of yummy flies. Receiving a special kiss or a sunlight charm will remove this horrible curse. What about the cure elixir? Like, this is fun, but... Oh, that was easy. Okay.
Tarzan John.
That was horrible. Continue writing the metamorphosis. Write about your experience. Stupid ghost. Fuck off. Violence and aggression. Body slam.
Have no way, huh? Wabba. Oh,
Okay, I didn't mean to speed up right there. Body slam, dude. Yeah, you got body slammed, alright? Deal with it. You got body slammed so hard you change colors. I'm tempted to have him sell his books just because he... I guess I could reduce his autonomy. Hold on. That sounds bad, but it is. Disable autonomy for selected simmer pet. Make vial of bliss. Make that vile soup. Good job, Tim. Learn a bit more. Good job. Please cook.
Pasta zi. Wang desire?
Vial of potent bliss. It's food and mushrooms. Hopefully it doesn't get toadified this time. God. But how could you say no to those eyes?
Arch.
Stupid. Oh! That's a fire. Where? Huh? Oh, it's here. Oh, Butler. Oh, Butler. Very good. Oh, Tim, no, not the flies. Not the flies. Not the flies. No. No. Come on, man, get up, man. Come on, man, get up. Come on, man, not like this. He's okay. He's okay. He's okay. That was close. Upgrade to fireproof. He's had another near-death experience.
Well, ask her to cook again. In fact, we're upgrading the oven. Getting a big, dope oven. Cook a crazy meal.
Ula's a wigador. Eres do bob do one, doesn't it?
He's alive, yay. Yeah. I'm gonna save. Well, he is still alive. Bop, bop, bop. Saving my scooper. She made the perfect grilled cheese. That's his favorite food. Great quality. Dude, he's about to bust a nut. Mm. 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 Let's have him go. Nah, he can just keep researching here. It's fine. Have a synthesized drink.
Copy the Bob. Doja?
With your advanced technology. What's he sipping on? He's sipping on that shit from the future. That future shit.
Ugh.
It didn't hit quite as well as we expected. He's gonna have a latte. A latte. And hopefully he doesn't screw this up and turn into a frog again. Speaking of frogs, I'm gonna grab a snack real quick.
Oh! Oh, the Poogle, son! Oh!
Freaking out, what happened? Oh, he just does that, right? He's got to go to the soup store. It's a full moon. Oh my god, he keeps running away from, like, supernatural creatures. Fuck it. Just stay inside, Tim. It's not worth it. Mix various elixirs. Flasks of sleep. It makes you go to sleep. We don't want that. A bottled Simbot converter. Bottle of potent bliss. He's definitely, some of this is just, he's just shitting in that bucket, right? Vial of bliss. Nice. Vial of bliss. Oh, he's got to take a vile shit. A vile ass shit. Find long-lasting happiness no matter how miserable or boring life really is. Wow, these really are just drugs. And even then, that still doesn't work. Just gotta write until the full moon goes away. The glizzy. The glock. Der Glizzy Meister. Maybe those zombies will go away soon. I hope so. Tinkle with the computer. Those ghosts are around, aren't they? Jacking up the prices of everything. Oh, we broke the laptop? Just repair it. Easy. Nice. Have a vial of potent bliss. Drink the heroin. One sip and Tim feels like he's having the time of his life. He doesn't have to worry about socializing or having fun. For a very long time, there are probably more productive things to accomplish.
Okay. Interesting. Mixed elixir. Vial of bliss. He's going full Morrowind. He's high as shit, yeah. Oh yeah. He is ruining his life, and it's pretty funny to watch. No one man should have all that power.
Ash the blue?
Alright, that's all of its ingredients. What's that? Love Day is here. Aw. It's Sim's Valentine's Day. Cook me a fantastic meal. Thank you. Cook me breakfast. Please cook for me, man. And she's like, I can't move, you're in my way. I'm like, please cook for me, man. God damn it. Dude, get the fuck out.
Mental garnish.
Mental garnish. Ask to cook. Oh, he put on the asking mommy to cook outfit.
Devni, haju to Pavlagen, nervi zobdu, izwazu pabago.
Artab.
Ask to cook.
Witsi antu.
Bantri. Bulazo wigado.
And if you could cook for me, it'd be so cool. She's still not cooking for him. Tim? Tim, what the fuck are you doing? Just make waffles, dude. It's fine. They sent him a rug. Sweet. Alright, man, you gotta get out here. I don't know who you are. Please cook. I'm gonna have to get rid of that sink. Move it over here. What? What's fucking wrong here? Alright, you get a future fridge. Because you're epic. Make grilled cheese. Okay, they're having pathing problems, so I'm gonna save the game. And restart it. Saving the game.
Yeah, it seems like there's a pathing problem. Like they can't figure out where to walk after a while. And you just gotta like restart the game. As far as I can tell. Don't kill my computer, please. Wow. Tim Scooper. He wrote the Bible. Tim Scooper. It's true. Engaging tube elevators. Engaging tube elevators. Alright, I'll be right back. Mm-hmm.
Oh, Sator!
Uh-oh.
Hey, Glee! Huh? Oh, Foxley!
Tim? Dude.
Shamo! Donsky!
Don't tell me he's gonna starve. I'm confused. He really is high as shit. Oh, is there really a gnome in the way? Is that why? All right, we gotta get rid of Dr. Phil. All right, he's causing problems. Okay, he needs to get out of here. All right, that was the problem. Okay, dude, this fucking DMCA. What the fuck? Turn it off. Oh, he fucking pissed himself. Damn it. Look, you cook. Been asking you to do it for years. I serve bevies. You serve me nice quality tofu dog. I eat it. That's the deal. Right? Don't scrap the metamorphosis. Keep writing. Continue writing the metamorphosis. Following your metamorphosis, you need to go to the Alexi's Liquors and Perfumes and Elixirs shop. Immediately. Float there if you must. Oh, he saw a deer for the first time. Wow. As a Tennessean, yeah, whatever. Seals all the time. Hit those with my cart. Vial of Bliss. Not intentionally, mind you. They're just like everywhere. Fountain of Youth Elixir. We need some of that. That dude's pissed. Let's try mixing a little something up, though. Of invigoration, perhaps. This music's cool. Witnessing the majestic lake presence and sentinel like stance firsthand, he'll never forget this eye-opening experience. Yeah, deer are cool. It's actually insane about how many deer we see on a regular basis. Yeah. Yay, 2 invigoration elixir. Drink. Sippy sip. Sippy scooper. Fountain of Youth. Wait, how young again? Wait, how young again? Yeah, young adult again. Okay. I've never even seen a raccoon. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. He just became a young adult again. Perfect. Okay. If only. Oh, we're gonna hear that throughout the whole transaction. Cool. Love that. Answer the phone. That's what he yelled. Yeah. We just told that guy, yeah, I'll come over. No intention of doing so. Oh, cool, we got a celebrity discount. Cool. selling his own book. No. We gotta keep a nice collection going. Alright, make elixir. Invigoration. I feel like maybe I've seen a raccoon once or twice. But I also feel like I'd remember it. More jars of bliss and pleasure. Ethan Bunch. Who's Ethan Bunch? If I see a raccoon that's coming home with me, be careful. Be careful. Alright. As much as I wish to continue, walk it like a dog, please. I will bathe it, name it Charles. Beautiful. Just take it to a vet and say it's a dog. They won't be able to tell. Just get the same vaccines for it and everything, and it'll be fine. But as much as I want to continue Tim scoopering, I think I'm gonna finish it up here because I need to go eat dinner and go to bed because I have tabletop tomorrow, and I must prepare. Yes. So I'm gonna do that. Thank you all for watching. Bathe your raccoons. Call them Charles. And yeah, I will bark at you soon. I will probably be quiet for a little bit because I'm like gonna make dinner and like get ready for bed and shit. I might just pass the fuck out because I'm gonna eat a bunch of noodles. But much love to everybody, and I will catch you all next time. Ciao.